Hello friends. Ferrari has officially entered the electric era with an all-new Ferrari Luce. In this video, we take an exclusive first look at the Maranello's first fully electric car, a $640,000 four-door super sedan that challenges everything we thought we knew about the electric car performance. Can a battery-powered Ferrari still delivers that legendary prancing horse soul? Is the $640,000 price tag justified? We analyze how the Luce compares to the Puro, Sangu and other luxury EVs, and why the Ferrari's move to electric is far more calculated than just chasing trends. Whether you are a die-hard V12 pursuit or an EV enthusiast, this is the most important Ferrari launch of the decade. Let's go and discuss this further. For decades, the name Ferrari has been the synonym with one thing: the raw scream of the combustion engine. From the legendary V12 to the high-strung V8s, Maranello defined the supercar felt like. You know what it really means to have a supercar. Therefore, people used to say that I own a Safari. But today, the history book has been rewritten. Ferrari has officially unveiled the Luce, their first ever fully electric vehicle. It's a bold $640,000 statement that they aren't just joining the EV race, they intend to lead it. But can a battery-powered car truly capture the prancing horse soul? Today we are breaking down everything you need to know about the most controversial, technologically advanced and expensive car Ferrari has ever produced. So friends, if you reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. Let's get straight to the numbers because they are staggering. The Luce is built on a dedicated EV platform housing a 122 kilowatt hour battery pack. This isn't just an engine swap. This is a ground up engineering. It features 4 electric motors, one for every wheel, producing a combined 1050 horsepower, 1000 horsepower. That's enough to propel this 5-seat Grand Tourer from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 2.5 seconds. To put that in perspective, it is faster than V12 powered by Puro Sangue. The drive system is rear biased for that classic Ferrari handling feel, with the rear motors capable of putting down 843 horsepower on their own. And for those wondering about the range, it's rated for about 530 kilometers on a single charge. It's clearly built to be usable GT, not just a track toy. The biggest hurdle for an electric sports car is emotion. Without the roar of V12, where is the passion? Ferrari spent 5 years with 40,000 kilometers of testing to answer this question. Instead of playing a synthetic fake engine noise through speakers, Luce use an innovative amplified hum. They place a sensor on the rear axle to capture the actual mechanical vibration of the motor, which are then processed and amplified. It's meant to be an honest mechanical feedback loop that keeps the driver connected to the machine. It's not trying to be a gas engine, it is trying to be the most exciting electric car engine possible. So you might notice the design looks different, and therefore that's because Ferrari collaborated with Love from the design firm co-founded by former Apple design chief John Ive. The Luce abandons the classic mid-engine proportion we are used to. It's a 4-door 5-seat layout with a long wheelbase and a sloping roofline. Up front, you get a clean, fully full width lightning signature and an illuminated badge instead of a grille. The rear, however, keeps the classic 4-round taillight and aesthetic hidden behind a sleek black panel. It is minimalist aerodynamic, and depending on who you ask, either a masterpiece of modern design or a massive departure from tradition. Let's step inside the the Apple designed or Apple influenced, and therefore when you get in, it is undeniable. The cabin is minimalist, focusing on 12.5-inch OLED display that mimics analog dials. There is always a clever 10-inch infotainment screen that moves, so both the drivers and passenger can adjust it. Crucially, they have kept a physical toggle for key control, and for the first time ever, you can seat 5 people comfortably in a Ferrari. The rear doors are rear hinged, making accessible incredibly easy. A touch of the luxury that provides this car is meant to be driven every day. So the big question is it worth $640,000? The car isn't just about the specs, it's about Ferrari proving it can survive the electric transition without losing its prestige. It's the second most expensive car in their lineup, trailing only to the Extreme F80. And delivery start this autumn in Europe, while we'll have to wait until spring 2027 to see them on other continents, starting with America and rest of the world. Whether the Luz becomes a future classic or a polarizing experiment, one thing is certain: Ferrari has officially left the age of gasoline behind. And friends, therefore, what do you think? Has Ferrari succeeded, or is this a step too far? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the changing world of supercars. And friends, I will see you again very soon in the next one. Before I go, I will have to say a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, India and New Zealand have officially made history. In this video, we dive deep into the landmark India-New Zealand Free Trade Agreement FTA signed on April 27, 2026. This once-in-a-generation deal is all set to transform bilateral relations with the staggering 20 billion investment commitment from New Zealand into India and massive boost for Indian exporters. Let us discuss this in much more detail. In the world of global economies, some deals are just business as usual. But then there are deals that rewrite history. On April 27, 2026, India and New Zealand didn't just sign a paper, they launched a $20 billion revolution. We're talking about the India New Zealand Free Trade Agreement. Imagine this: 100% duty free access for over 8,000 Indian products, a massive $20 billion investment commitment coming into India, and a total overall of all students and professional move between these two nations. But why now? Why New Zealand? And most importantly, how does this deal affect your pocket, your business, or also your career? Today we are breaking down this, $20 billion handshake. So friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further on our analysis. Let's start with the big win for Make in India. Before the deal, Indian exporters faced a steep climb. We're talking about tariff as high as 10% on things like carpets, ceramic, and auto parts. But as of this week, that barrier has been obliterated. New Zealand has granted India a perfect score, which is 100% of Indian export product line will now enter New Zealand with zero custom duty. And who are the biggest winner? Biggest winners are the textile and apparel. And if you are a garment manufacturer in Tirupur or Ludhiana, the New Zealand market just opened its door wide open. Immediate zero duty status means India now has a massive edge over regional competitors. Leather and footwear is the next one. The leather hub of Agra and Kanpur are celebrating. With tariffs dropping from 5% to zero, experts project the sector could skyrocket to a $50 billion valuation by 2030. Next is engineering and gems. From machinery to handcraft jewelry, the tax wall is completely gone. This isn't just about selling more, it's about making Indian goods the most competitive option in the Pacific. Now let's talk about the money. Most trade deals focus on what we sell to each other. This deal is different. New Zealand has committed to facilitate $20 billion investment into India over next 15 years. Why is New Zealand putting so much skin in the game? It's about trust. They are betting on Indian growth. This capital isn't just sitting in a bank. It is targeted for agri-tech, helping Indian farmers with cold chain logistics and high yield technology. It is going to be invested in infrastructure and startups, fueling the next wave of Indian unicorns. It is also be helping manufacturing, setting up shop right here in India to export globally. And here is a kicker. There is a rebalancing clause. If that $20 billion isn't flowing as promised, the deal has a formal mechanism to review and fix it. This is accountability at its finest. So if you are a student or a professional listening to this video, listen closely. This FTA isn't about cargo ships, it's about people. For the first time, New Zealand has created a temporary employment entry pathway specifically for 5,000 Indian professionals. Whether you are in IT, engineering, healthcare, or even a yoga instructor or an Indian chef, you can now work in New Zealand for up to 3 years at a time. In a slot of 3 years at a time, right? And for the student, the game has completely changed. Post-study work rights are now given. So STEM graduates get up to 3 years of working right, and if you are a PhD scholar, you get 4 years. Work while you learn. Student can also work for 20 hours per week during their studies, and absolutely no cap at all. New Zealand has removed numerical caps on Indian student. This isn't just a trade deal, it's a talent bridge. Now I know that some of you are thinking lot of questions you may have in your mind. What about our farmers? India is the world's largest milk producer. Opening the door to New Zealand dairy giant would have been risky, but the Indian negotiator led by Mr. Piyush Goyal stood firm. Dairy, sugar, and sensitive agriculture items are excluded from the deal. Our local farmers are protected. Instead, we are seeing a collaboration over competition model. For things like apples, kiwi fruit, and manuka honey, India has allowed limited access through quotas. This means New Zealand can send a fixed amount of premium fruits to our markets without hurting local prices. In return, they are setting up center of excellence to help Indian farmers increase their own productivity. It's a win-win that respects the livelihood of the Indian heartland. Prime Minister Modi called this a historic milestone on the road to Viksit Bharat 2047. This is the seventh major trade deal India has signed in the last few years, and it won't be the last. With $20 billion on the table, zero duties for our exporters, and new horizons for our youth, the India-New Zealand partnership is no longer under leverage. It's a powerhouse. So, friends, what do you think? Is this deal that finally put Indian MSMEs on the global map? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to hit that like button if you found this breakdown helpful. And subscribe for more deep dive into the deals shaping India's future. My name is CK and I'll see you again in the next one. Before I close, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। आज हम स्पेसएक्स के आईपीओ के बारे में बात करेंगे। आपको सबको पता होगा कि रिसेंटली एक स्पेसएक्स का बहुत बड़ा एक आईपीओ आया है मार्केट में। आपने क्या उसमें निवेश किया है या सोच रहे हैं? एलन मस्क की कंपनी स्पेसएक्स शेयर मार्केट में एक धमाकेदार एंट्री ले चुकी है और आज हम इस वीडियो में बात करेंगे कि लिस्टिंग के बाद शेयरों में क्यों ऐसी इतना उछाल आया है, रॉकेट जैसी तेजी से बाजार में उछाल आया है और बाजार ने इतना पॉजिटिव रिएक्शन क्यों दिया है, इसके बारे में हम चर्चा करते हैं। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। दोस्तों 12 जून 2026 को ये स्पेसएक्स का जो आईपीओ था वो लिस्ट हुआ था स्टॉक एक्सचेंज पे और ये एक मामूली आईपीओ नहीं है, ये दुनिया का अब तक का सबसे बड़ा आईपीओ था। ट्रिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स की बात हो रही है इसमें। एलन मस्क की कंपनी ने शेयर बाजार में कदम रखा, पहली दफा रखा है और इसने इस कदम रखते ही तूफान आ गया है, बहुत ज़्यादा तेजी से आगे बढ़ा है। और हम इसकी बात करेंगे, जब इसकी बात कर रहे हैं तो इसकी वैल्यू ऑलरेडी 2.1 ट्रिलियन का मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन कर चुकी है कुछ ही घंटों में, कुछ ही दिनों के अंदर। तो हम अपना एनालिसिस चालू रखेंगे, लेकिन दोस्तों अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके बताएं कि कौन से सिटी से आप हमारा ये प्रोग्राम देख रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में आप ये वीडियो देखना चाह रहे हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। सबसे पहले नंबर्स की बात करते हैं। स्पेसएक्स ने आपके शेयरों जो शेयर था वो $135 के ऊपर लिस्ट किया था और मतलब कि जो स्टार्टिंग प्राइस है $135 है, मार्केट खुलेगा तो 135 से लिस्ट होगा। अब वहां पे जब लिस्टिंग जब खुलता है मार्केट, तो उसके बाद ऊपर भी जाता है, नीचे भी जाता है, लेकिन सबको हैरान कर दिया। शेयरों ने जल्दी मार्केट खुलते ही 19% की उछाल मारी, और डे का जो बिजनेस बंद होते होते 160.95, मतलब 135 पे ये चालू हुआ था, और दिन के अंत होते होते 160.95 डॉलर्स तक पहुंच गया। ये पर शेयर की प्राइस है। अब इसका सीधा मतलब यह है कि महज एक दिन में ही कंपनी की वैल्यूएशन 2.1 ट्रिलियन तक पहुंच गई। और ये 21 बैंकों के सिंडिकेट द्वारा मैनेज किया गया एक विशाल ऑपरेशन था, जिसे इंटरनली एक प्रोजेक्ट एपेक्स के नाम दिया गया है। जो स्पेस एक्स ने इस प्रोजेक्ट को प्रोजेक्ट एपेक्स दिया गया है। और ये ग्लोबल एक आईपीओ है जिसमें अमेरिकन तो इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं, लेकिन दुनिया में कोई भी इंसान इसमें इन्वेस्ट कर सकता है। अब ये इन्वेस्ट करना क्यों जरूरी है? देखिए, स्पेस एक्स जो कंपनी है एक प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, लेकिन उन्होंने एक बीड़ा उठाया है कि हम एक दूसरे ग्रह पे इंसानों को पहुंचाएंगे और वहां पे कॉलोनी बनाएंगे। तो ये अकेले तो कंपनी कर नहीं सकती। अगर अगर अकेले भी करे तो फिर वो कंपनी की एक प्रॉपर्टी हो जाती है, जैसे ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी ने भारत पे अटैक कर दिया था 200 साल पहले, 300 साल पहले। तो अगर ये मार्स पे जाते हैं तो इनकी हो जाती है। लेकिन अगर अगर ये आईपीओ है और इसको शेयर मार्केट में लोगों ने पब्लिक ने इन्वेस्ट किया है इसके अंदर, तो सबकी इसमें हिस्सेदारी हो जाती है। एक ये पब्लिक कंपनी बन जाती है, जिससे कि अगर वहां पे इस्टेब्लिश किया जाए तो जितने भी शेयर होल्डर्स हैं उनका पहला हक बन जाता है। तो इसीलिए ये जो आईपीओ है ये इतना इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है, और इसी की वजह से जो लोग हैं काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हैं स्पेस एक्स में इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए। आप देखिए 2.1 ट्रिलियन हो गया, ये अब तक का सबसे बड़ा आईपीओ है दुनिया में। अब सवाल है कि आखिर इस कंपनी में ऐसा क्या है, और ये सिर्फ क्या रॉकेट बनाने वाली कंपनी है? तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं कि इसमें इतना एक्साइटमेंट क्यों आ रहा है लोगों को। सबसे पहले देखिए, स्टारलिंक। स्टारलिंक जो एक कंपनी है इलॉन मस्क की, ये इंटरनेट प्रोवाइड करती है। तो ये इनका एक पार्टनरशिप है स्पेस एक्स के साथ, जो भी इलॉन मस्क की कंपनी है। तो स्टारलिंक अगर नहीं है स्पेस एक्स के साथ, तो कम्युनिकेशन कितना डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है। अगर मार्स पे पहुंच गए तो कम्युनिकेट कैसे करेंगे, इंटरनेट कैसे चलेगा, ईमेल कैसे आएगी? तो उसके लिए स्टारलिंक है। और जिसके वजह से जो स्पेस एक्स है वो स्टारलिंक के टेक्नोलॉजी को लेवरेज कर सकता है जब वो मार्स पे अपनी कॉलोनी बनाए। इसके अलावा इनके पास इलेक्ट्रिक कार्स हैं, इनके पास इलेक्ट्रिक बैटरी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जो टेस्ला है वो है। तो जब मार्स में जाएंगे तो उनको बैटरी बैकअप इक्विपमेंट लगेगा, वहाँ पे मार्स पे चलने वाली गाड़ियाँ लगेंगी। तो वो सब बनाने का जो टेक्नोलॉजी है वो टेस्ला के पास है। तो स्पेस एक्स हो गया आपका, टेस्ला हो गया आपका, स्टारलिंक हो गया। उसके बाद एलॉन मस्क की टनलिंग कंपनी है, बोरिंग कंपनी है, जो टनल बनाती है जमीन के अंदर। और तो मार्स पे जाएंगे तो जमीन के ऊपर रहेंगे या जमीन के नीचे कंस्ट्रक्शन वगैरह करना पड़ेगा, तो उसके लिए उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी टनलिंग की होगी, जो बोरिंग करते हैं जमीन के अंदर, जिसमें बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेन चलाते हैं, तो वो होगा। अब ट्रेनों की बात हुई है तो इनके पास हाइपर लूप, आपने सुना होगा कुछ साल पहले इन्होंने कंपनी स्टार्ट की थी हाइपर लूप की, जो जो जमीन के अंदर टनल के अंदर एक ट्रेन चलती है बिना किसी इंजन के, सिर्फ वैक्यूम से चलती है। तो वो भी इनके पास है। तो आप समझिए कि जो स्पेस सेक्स है एक बहुत ही सीरियस कंटेंडर है, और उनके पास बहुत सारी और टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं जिससे स्पेस में जाके और फिर वहाँ मार्स पे लैंड करके और उसके बाद वहाँ पे कॉलोनी स्टैब्लिश करने का पूरा इन्होंने बेसिक बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऑलरेडी खड़ा कर दिया है। अब बात करते हैं एआई की। तो इलॉन मस्क की एक और कंपनी है जिसका नाम है एक्स एआई। ये जो कंपनी है ये इसको उन्होंने स्टारलिंक के साथ मर्ज कर दिया है। और आप देखिए ग्रॉक उनका जो एआई है जो ट्विटर पे चलता है, जिसको हम एक्स प्लेटफॉर्म बोलते हैं आज की डेट में, तो ये एक पावर हाउस है जो एआई एनेबल्ड मशीनरी, एआई एनेबल्ड सिस्टम्स जो मार्स पे इस्टेब्लिश करने में सहायता करेगा। और ये इन्हीं के खुद का ओनरशिप है एलॉन मस्क का। तो इसकी वजह से लोग इसको देखते हैं कंपनी को, स्पेसएक्स को, कि ये अकेली एक रॉकेट बनाने वाली कंपनी नहीं है, इसके पीछे काफ़ी स्ट्रैटेजिक सॉल्यूशंस खड़े हैं जो इसी इकोसिस्टम से आते हैं। तो चलिए, मैंने काफ़ी एक्सप्लेन किया इसके बारे में। अब आगे बढ़ते हैं कि देखिए, ये आईपीओ है तो मार्केट रिस्क रिस्क तो होगा ही इसके अंदर। तो अपने होशो हवास ना खोएं। सोच समझ के अगर आप इन्वेस्ट करना चाह रहे हैं तो पूरा एनालिसिस करें, अपना एनालिसिस करके, और आपका लॉस एंड प्रॉफिट का एनालिसिस करके तभी इन्वेस्ट करें, क्योंकि मार्केट तो इस कंपनी पे भी वैसे ही लगेगा जैसे हर कंपनी पे लगता है। तो मार्केट वॉलेटिलिटी का ध्यान रखें, अपने होशो हवास खो के और इमोशंस में आके इन्वेस्ट ना करें। क्योंकि हर कोई ऐसा नहीं करता है, पूरा फ्यूचर और बैकग्राउंड फोरग्राउंड देख के करता है। अगर आप भारतीय निवेशक हैं और इसमें इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं तो ये सेंसेक्स ऑफ निफ्टी के थ्रू भी ये इन्वेस्ट किया जा सकता है। एक प्रोसेस है जो हमारे जो स्टॉक एक्सचेंजेस हैं वो प्रोवाइड करते हैं कि कैसे फॉरेन ट्रेड के अंदर आप इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। उसके लिए कुछ कागजी कार्रवाई करनी पड़ती है, तो वो एक स्टैंडर्ड कागजी कार्रवाई है। तो आप इंडिया में होते हुए भी स्पेस एक्स में इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। तो इलॉन मस्क ने मतलब जैसे ही ये स्टॉक मार्केट में आया, आईपीओ आया, वो एक ट्रिलियनियर बन गए हैं, दुनिया के पहले ट्रिलियनियर कहलाएंगे वो। क्योंकि आजकल तो बिलियनियर्स का ज़माना है, लेकिन वो ही अकेले ऐसे हैं जो ट्रिलियनियर बन गए हैं इस आईपीओ के आने के बाद। तो दोस्तों, ऑल इन ऑल ये जो आईपीओ है काफ़ी पॉजिटिव लग रहा है। लेकिन जैसे मैंने कहा पहले कि अपना आप एनालिसिस पूरा करें, उसके बाद ही इसमें आगे बढ़े अगर आप इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं। लेकिन ओवरऑल काफ़ी पॉजिटिव न्यूज़ लग रही है इस आईपीओ की वजह से, तो इसके बारे में आपसे मैं चर्चा करना चाहता था। और मैं ये भी चाहता था कि आप सारी चीज़ों को समझें, और इसलिए मैंने एक चीज़ को आपको समझाने की कोशिश भी की इस वीडियो के अंदर। तो दोस्तों, अगर आपके कोई और सवाल हैं तो ज़रूर हमें कमेंट करके बताएं। मिलता हूँ अगले वीडियो में। जय हिंद। Namaskaram. You're most welcome. Japan isn't building a train line in India. They are constructing a multi-billion-dollar fortress against a regional rival. While the world sees high-speed rail, Tokyo is actually engineering a strategic geopolitical hedge to reshape the global balance of power. Is this an infrastructure project or a calculated soft power play for dominance? Let's go and explore this further. It is being called a flagship project. It is one of the most ambitious engineering feat in the history of Indian subcontinent. It's 508 kilometers high-speed rail line tearing through the landscape of Western India at a speed of 320 kilometers per hour. But if you look past the headlines about the faster commute and fancy trains, you'll find something much deeper. You'll see Japan isn't just building a train in India. They are betting billions, tens of billions on a geopolitical future that defines the 21st century. Why would Tokyo, a nation defined by its own perfectionist engineering, pour such massive capital into a foreign rail corridor? Is it just business, or is it a strategic move to reshape the Indo Pacific? Today, we are going behind the scene of the Mumbai Ahmedabad High Speed Rail, or MAHSR, to understand why this isn't just a train, it's a geopolitical chess move. First, let's look at the sheer scale of the project. The Mumbai Ahmedabad High Speed Rail isn't just a railway line, it's an engineering marvel being built with Japanese Shinkansen technology. We're talking about a 508 kilometers of track, mostly elevated, cutting through Maharashtra, Gujarat, and the Union territory of Dadar and Nagar Haveli. This project is the first of its kind in India to use the full span launching method. for bridge construction, a technique that is significantly speed up the progress. And the challenges, what are the challenges? They are immense. From India's first ever undersea rail train to earthquake detection system, this is a masterclass in technology transfer. Japan didn't just sell the tech, they are training the workforce, setting the operational standards, and helping build the High Speed Rail Training Institute in Vadodara. It's a full package commitment. Now, why the obsession with this specific project? You have to look at the map. In the current geopolitical climate, the Indian Japanese partnership is one of the most critical relationship in Asia. Both nations are committed to a free and open Indo-Pacific. Japan's foreign policy is shifting. By anchoring their economic power in India, the world's most populous nation, Japan is creating a counterweight to the regional assertiveness in Asia. This is about building a resilient, rule based regional framework. When Prime Minister Takahashi and Prime Minister Modi label this as the flagship project, they aren't just talking about a train, they are signaling to the world that India and Japan are locked into a long term, deep, and unbreakable strategic alignment. It's not just about security, there is a massive economic incentive. Japan is looking to diversify its supply chains and find new massive markets for its expertise. India's Make in India initiative is a perfect playground for this. Japanese firms aren't just selling trains, they are entering a market that is hungry for infrastructure. During recent summit, the two nations set a goal to attract 10 trillion yen, that is roughly $68 billion dollars, in Japanese private investment in India over the next decade. This rail project acts as the signboard. If Japan can successfully build a bullet train system in India, they prove they can build anything in the world's most challenging market. The investment goes even further. Japan is heavily involved in northeastern region of India, supporting road networks, bridges, and disaster risk reduction. This is crucial for India, which is like a Act East policy, and it creates an industrial value chain connecting India directly to regional partners like BIMSTEC. This is a holistic approach. Japan is betting on India's future, not just transportation, but in AI, defense technology, clean energy, etc. It is a 360-degree partnership. They are creating a relationship where their economies are so intertwined that success for one is inherent tied to the success of the other. So, is Japan secretly investing? Maybe the word secret is too dramatic. It's more that the strategic intent is often overshadowed by the sheer scale of the construction. This is a massive multi decade bet on the rise of India as a global economic powerhouse. By investing billions today, Japan is securing a partner for tomorrow. The Shangsen in India is more than a transit solution. It is the track upon which the future of Indo-Pacific is being laid down. So friends, thanks for watching and stay tuned as we continue to track how these massive infrastructure projects are rewriting the global order. See you in the next one.
The idea of robots living alongside us has been belonged to the realm of science fiction. Yet today it is edging into the reality. With the debut of AI-powered robot designed specially for home use, the boundary between futuristic imagination and everyday life is dissolving. These machines are no longer confined to factory floors or research labs. They are stepping into kitchen, living room, bedroom, promising to transform the domestic routine. The debut of AI robots for domestic use is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one also. It sparks curiosity, inspires hope, ignites debate. So, are we welcoming helpful assistants into our lives, or surveillance device disguised as a companion? The answer may shape not only the future of our household but also the broader relationship between human and intelligent machine. Artificial intelligence has begun to step out of the research lab and corporate offices into the most intimate of the space, our home. So debut of AI powered domestic robots marks a turning point in consumer technology, one that blends convenience with controversy. So these machines are designed to handle everyday tasks, tidying rooms, monitoring energy use, assisting with cooking, or even offering companionship. And this appeal lies in the promise of freeing up time, reducing household stress, and creating a seamless, smart living environment. For many consumers, the idea of robot that can anticipate the need and act autonomously and feel natural is the next step after smart speakers and connected appliances. Yet, that excitement is tempered by uneasy, and that is privacy debate over flared almost immediately. Unlike a vacuum robot that simply mop your floor plans, and these new AI robots can equipped with advanced sensory cameras, microphones. So they don't just clean, they observe, interpret, and learn. That means that they are constantly collecting data from household routine, personal habits, even private conversations. So for some, this feels like inviting a surveillance device into the living room. The questions become: who owns that data and how securely it is stored? So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, the consumer interest is undeniable. Early demonstrations have drawn crowds, and pre-orders suggest a strong demand. Families imagine robots that can help elderly relatives, parents, and vision assistants with the childcare. And the professionals see value in delegating some routine work. So, but alongside with enthusiasm, the critics warn of the risk of dependency and erosion of boundaries. So, if a robot can recognize emotions, respond to the stress, and adapt to the personal preferences, does it cross into the territories of replacing human interaction? So, and if the companies monetize the insight gathered from these robots, does the home cease to be a private sanctuary? So this tension between innovation and intrusion defines the current debate. On one hand, AI robot for home use could actually revolutionize the domestic life. It can provide easiness in the domestic life, making homes safer, more efficient, and more responsive. On the other hand, they raise profound ethical questions about autonomy, consent, and surveillance. The debut of these robots is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one too. It actually forces society to grapple with what we value more: convenience or privacy, automation or intimacy. For now, the spotlight remains on consumer curiosity. The allure of futuristic living is strong, and many are eager to experiment. But as adoption spread, the conversation will inevitably shift from novelty to accountability. The home, once the most private space, is becoming the next frontier for AI, and how we navigate this frontier will shape not only our domestic life but also our broader relationship with technology. The arrival of AI robots in our home is more than a technical upgrade. It is definitely, as we are discussing, cultural shift. These machines promise efficiency, they also promise safety, and even the companionship, yet they are that is a challenge of our notion of privacy, intimacy within the household. So, as consumer embrace this, and society must also confront the deeper questions: how much of our personal lives are we willing to share with the machines, and who ultimately control that information? So that is that whether they become a trusted helper or controversial intruders will depend only on the technological itself, but also value we choose to uphold as we invite artificial intelligence into our most private corners of our lives. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before silicon chips and rocket engines, India's rishis and scholars were sketching the blueprint of science in verses and in logic. From Pingla's binary rhythm to Aryabhat's celestial equation, their insight became the hidden code of modern progress. What we call algorithm, astronomy, rocket science today and were once seeds planted in the fertile soil of ancient wisdom in India. To revisit their contribution, we should understand that it is not just a history. It is a reminder that the future was imagined centuries ago, and we are still living in their unfolding vision. So let's find out more. In the quiet corridor of ancient Indian thoughts, Pingla stands as a mathematician sage whose vision stretched far beyond his time. Living around the 3rd, 2nd century BC, he composed the Chandra Shastra, trustee in Sanskrit parody. At first glance, it was a study of poetic meters, but hidden within its verses lay a revolutionary idea. the earliest known description of binary numbers and combinational patterns. And in his hands, poetry became the mathematics, and the mathematics became a language of code. So Pingla's binary system was simple yet profound. So he represented sequences of long and short syllables, and using marks, and that correspond to what we call today 1 and 0. This was not merely a poetic device, it was a seed of digital logic. Centuries later, the same binary framework would become the foundation of computer science, coding language, and the algorithm that drives artificial intelligence. And in 2026, every smartphone, rocket guidance system, and the quantum processor hums with the rhythm of Pingla's insight. The universe can be described in two states, on and off, presence and absence. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, moving forward, imagine the world without Pingla's contribution. Without binary, modern digital revolution would flatter. Computer might still exist, but their architecture would be clumsy, reliant on unwieldy numerical system. Rocket science, which depends on precise coding, error-free communication, would stumble. The artificial intelligence, which thrives on binary logic, would be delayed maybe by centuries. The absence of Pingla's vision would mean a world where the progress limps and instead of leaps. So where the dream of space exploration and the digital connectivity remain distant. So in 2026, his relevance is sharper than ever. As scientists push boundaries in quantum computing, they still rely on binary as the bedrock of classical computation. Rocket science pierce the sky, and their guidance system echoes Pingla's binary rhythms. As artificial intelligence learns, adapt, and evolve, it does so through the string of 1 and 0, the same language Pingla first sketched in the poetic form. His work reminds us that the most advanced technologies are often born from the simplest truth. Modern scientists owe him a gratitude. Every programmer writes code, every physicist modeling particles, and every engineer designing spacecrafts stand on the shoulders of Pingla. His binary vision transformed poetry into mathematics, mathematics into logic, and logic into digital universe. To thank him is to acknowledge that the progress is not only building in the labs or observatories, but also in the mind of sage who saw pattern in verses, numbers in rhythm. Pingla's legacy is reminded that the science is not bound to by any time. His binary system, conceived in an age of oral tradition, poetic recitation, and now drive the engines of rocket science and the algorithm of artificial intelligence. In every line of code, in every rocket launch, in every digital heartbeat of 2026, Pingla's voice resonates. He showed us that the simplicity is the key to infinity, and that form two symbol 1 and 0, the universe of knowledge can unfold. So the legacy of India's ancient scientists is not confined to dusty manuscripts. or forgotten verses. It is actually pulses through every circuit, every rocket launch, every equation written today. Without their vision, the binary code of Pingla, the celestial map of Aryabhat, or the medicinal insight of Charak, our modern world would be poorer. And their wisdom remind us that the progress is not born in isolation, but carried forward by generation who dare to imagine beyond their age. As we step into 2026 and beyond, every scientist, coder, explorer actually owns a silent gratitude to these rishis of reason for their lit the first spark of discovery that now fuels the engines of science and rocket flights. And in their echoes, we find our future. So we have come to the end of this video. Look forward for your comment on this subject. And please like and subscribe our channel, and we'll see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। आज बुधवार का दिन है और आज 24 जून है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान गणेश की स्तुति करके। बहुत सिंपल सा मंत्र है। मैं पहले मंत्र आपको बताता हूँ क्या मंत्र पढ़ना है। ओम गम गणपतये नमः। ओम गम गणपतये नमः। तो हर रोज की तरह हम इसको 11 दफा करेंगे। आप भी चालू हो जाइए, अपनी माला अपने साथ ले लीजिए और हमारे साथ ज्वाइन कर लीजिए। मैंने भी अपना काउंटर ले लिया है। तो ठीक है, हाथ जोड़ के भगवान का नमन करते हैं, गणेश जी का ध्यान करते हैं और मंत्र का उच्चारण शुरू करते हैं। ओम गण गणपतये नमः। ओम गम 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 गम गणपतये नमः। ओम गम गणपतये नमः। तो आज हमारी भगवान गणेश की स्तुति स्टार्ट हुई। अब हम सेफली अपना दिन शुरू कर सकते हैं। भगवान की हमने पूजा कर ली है। आपका दिन भी मंगलमय रहे, शुभ रहे, इसी कामना के साथ मैं इस वीडियो को यहाँ पे समाप्त करता हूँ। लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। कहीं मत जाइएगा।
The resume is fading and the algorithm are rising. Welcome to the new age of hiring. For a generation, the resume has been the passport to opportunity, a single sheet of paper meant to capture the essence of person's career, ambition, and potential. Recruiters relied on it as their compass, scanning from keywords, actually judging the experience and making the judgment further. And that shaped the lives and the companies alike. But in today's corporate world, the compass is being recalibrated. Artificial intelligence has entered the hiring arena, shifting the focus from polished resume to predictive algorithm. What once depend on the human intuition is now increasingly governed by machine logic. And the ripple effect are transforming not only how company recruit, but also how candidates present themselves. For decades, the hiring process has revolved around the resume, carefully crafted document meant to summarize a candidate's skill, experience, and aspirations. Recruiters would shift through the stacks of resumes, searching for the right fit and often relying on the intuition and human judgment. But today, the familiar ritual is being disrupted. Algorithms are shaping in and reshaping corporate hiring strategies and slowing down the traditional recruitment as we know it. Artificial intelligence is no longer confined to futuristic speculation. It is embedded in the very fabric of talent acquisition. So companies are deploying AI-driven platform that scan thousands of applications in a second, identifying patterns invisible to human eye. And instead of recruiters spending hours and like judging the resumes and finding out the right candidate, machine learning models evaluated it very fast and very even the behavioral clue and the skill is being judged by the machine. Competencies are judged by the machines, and the result is hiring process is more faster, more data driven, and at least in theory more objective. Yet this shift is not without tension. Traditional recruitments relied heavily on human interaction. The handshake at the interview, the nuances, reading of a candidate's personality, the gut feeling that someone might be a cultural fit. AI challenges this by reducing the process in qualifying metrics. So algorithm can rank candidate by predictive job preferences, but they cannot replicate the warmth of human connection. And this raises a profound question. Are we hiring people or are we hiring data points? So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So now going forward, so when we are talking about resume and the algorithm shift in the job market, the corporates are embracing the AI because it promises efficiency. In industries where the talent demand is high, AI tool can cut hiring timelines dramatically, and they can also help reduce bias, at least when designed carefully by focusing on the skill rather than demographic markers. For example, AI can highlight the candidate from unconventional background who might otherwise be overlooked. So by paradoxically, if the algorithm are actually trained on biased historical data, they risk perpetuating the very inequalities they are meant to solve. So the slowing of traditional recruitment is evident in diminishing role of resume themselves. So increasingly, the companies are actually finding this easy, and the companies are also asking candidates to demonstrate the skill through online assessment, coding challenges, and or sometimes gamified test. An AI system then evaluate these results often before a human recruiter even see the candidate's name. So the resume, once the centerpiece of hiring, is becoming a supportive document at the best. And this transformation also changes the role of recruiters. Instead of manually screening resume, recruiters are becoming interpreters of AI insight. So this way, this is how the job market is evolving. Their job is shifting towards relationship building, employers branding, and ensuring that the human element is not lost in the set of algorithm. In this sense, AI is not eliminating recruiters, it is redefining their responsibilities. For job seekers, the implications are profound, very high. So, and I think you're also aware of this change in the market. So, when we talk about the candidates and the getting hired by big companies, by corporate, so there's the role of crafting a resume with a clever wording may no longer be enough. Candidate must learn to speak algorithm and tailoring their application to highlight measurable skills, and also the AI system which actually AI system recognize. At the same time, they must prepare for the recruitment journey that feels less personal, more automated, and sometimes opaque. Transparency is how these algorithms work and will be crucial to the meaning of trust for hiring also. Ultimately, the rise of AI is hiring kind of a balance, a story of a balance, you know. The efficiency and the scales are undeniable, definitely an advantage, but they must be they also weigh against the fairness sometimes, and maybe you can say more on empathy, or sometimes you may feel that they are less empathic. So the human judgment is not there that much, which was there earlier. The future of recruitment will likely to be hybrid. You know, algorithm handling the heavy lifting of the data analysis, and while the human provide the nuances, the context, and the compassion that machine cannot replicate. So when we say that algorithm over resume, we are not just describing a technological shift. We are witnessing a cultural transformation, and that is also at the same time how company define talent, how individual present themselves, and how society negotiate the line between human intuitions and machine precision. So the resume may not disappear entirely, but its reign as the king of hiring is definitely ending. In its place, the new era of emerging, one where the algorithm and the human must learn to collaborate in the delicate art of choosing what we get in the job, you know. So in the end, the rise of AI in recruitment is not simply a technical actually shift or a technical upgrade. It is a cultural turning point. The resume, once the centerpiece of professional identity, is being overshadowed by algorithms that promise speed, scale, and sharper insight. Yet the human element remain irreplaceable. You know, the company will need a strike, definitely a delicate balance, letting machine handle the data while the people preserve the empathy, the intuition, and nuances that define meaningful work in relationship. So as we move forward, the question is not whether algorithm will replace the resume, but how human and machine will collaborate to redefine the hiring means. So the future of recruitment will be less about polished documents and more about demonstrated skills, adaptability, and authenticity. And in that the future success will belong to the organization that embrace the technology without losing sight of humanity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we'll see you in next one. And before we close this video, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the dawn of Vedic age, when human curiosity first turned towards the stars and the mystery of fire, one stage stood at the crossroad of spirituality and science. So we are talking about Rishi Angira. He became a pioneer of knowledge system that shaped Indian knowledge system and the thought that stayed for millennia. Angiras looked at fire not merely as a ritual but as a very essence of energy, transformative, purifying, and eternal. He listened to the sound not only as a chant but as a scientific medium, a carrier of wisdom across generation. He gazed the cosmos and saw order, symmetry, and proportion, principle that would echo in maths and astronomy long after his time. And above all, he taught that the body, mind, and universe were not separate realms, but a reflection of one harmonious whole. And in 2026, the contribution of Rishi Angira feels more relevant than ever because his teachings sit at the intersection of science, philosophy, and holistic living, exactly where the modern society is searching for balance. In the vast tapestry of India's spiritual and intellectual heritage, few figures stand out as bright as Rishi Angira. Counted among the Saptarishi, he was not only a seer of divine truth, but also a pioneer where the insight laid the foundation of astronomy and mathematics, and definitely the sound and how to actually handle the sound and the holistic philosophy. His legacy reminds us that the root of science and spirituality in India are deeply intertwined. So Angira is often described as the sage of fire. In Rig Veda, his hymn of Agni reveals a profound understanding of fire, not merely a physical phenomena, but as a universal principle of energy, transformation, and purification. Fire consume and transform, and also that. So it transform into kind of a energy, and it also into purifying, and in this whole process a renew idea that resonate with the modern science notion of energy conservation and thermodynamics. For Angira, the Agni or the fire was both a deity and a metaphor. The eternal flame that linked the material world with the cosmic order. His vision of fire as energy linked to the transformation and purification, and that even resonate today also, and we that also focus on renewable energy and sustainable practices. So Angira reminds us that the energy is not just a resource, but a principle of harmony. So today we are keen regarding energy and sustainability, aren't we? So, but Angira's vision extended far beyond fire. He was deeply engaged with the cosmos and observing the star and the cycle of time. His association with the Rishi constellation reflect the Vedic tradition of linking sage to celestial bodies. In this way, Angira helped establish astronomy not merely as a tool but for a ritual, but a science of cosmos rhythm. His teaching emphasized that the heavens were not a distinct mystery, but a living pattern guiding human life. Now in 2026, with the space exploration and AI-driven astronomy advancing rapidly, his emphasis on cosmos rhythm and the cycle offers a philosophical ground and seeing the universe not as a chaos but as an order pattern we have learned from. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward on Angira, perhaps his most enduring contribution was in the realm of sound and knowledge transmission. So Angira recognized that the sound or shabd, that's what we call in Hindi, was and they are actually more vibration. It's more a vibration, and it has a scientific medium for preserving and transmitting the wisdom. In the age before the writing, he developed the method of oral transmission that relied on rhythm, repetition, and precise articulation. And this system ensured that the Veda could be memorized and passed down flawlessly across a generation. So, in a modern term, Angira pioneered into science of memory, science of sound, and blending linguistic and phonics and the pedagogy into one. And even now in the age of digital communication, Angira's recognition of sound or shabd, that's what we call in Hindi, as a scientific medium, and that mirrors how we use data transmission today. His oral method of preserving knowledge and anticipating the importance of precision is definitely very much relevant in information system. So his hymn also reveal a fascinating with order, symmetry, and proportion. So ritual were not a random act, but a carefully measured sequences reflecting mathematical precision. And this emphasis on structure influenced later in Indian tradition in maths, and where the proportion and the balance became the guiding principle. So in Angira's worldwide view, the maths was not an abstract. It was a language of harmony, in a way the mirror the cosmos into human practice. His focus on order, symmetry, and proportion aligned with the modern mathematics and coding and design thinking, where the structure and the balance are essential for innovation. So equally important was his teaching on balance between body, mind, and cosmos. So Angira saw human being as a microcosmos of universe. Just as a fire purifies and a star guide, so too our individual alignment in their inner energy of us and yours inner energies with the rhythm of nature. So this holistic vision foreshadowed the Ayurveda and other Indian science that emphasize equilibrium as the key of health and wisdom. Perhaps most importantly, his teaching that body, mind, and cosmos must remain in equilibrium and speaks directly to 2026 challenges of mental health and environment crisis and technological actually the overload. So taken together, Angira's contribution form a remarkable legacy. He gave us the vision of fire as an energy, astronomy as a cosmic order, sound as a scientific transmission, and mathematics as a symmetry, and philosophy as a balance. So his work reminds us that science, spirituality were never separate in Vedic age. They were two sides of one quest for truth. So as we look back and as we analyze the teaching of Angira, though in that context, Angira emerged not only as a sage, but as scientist of soul and cosmos. His insights continue to inspire, urge us to see the universe not as a collection of isolated phenomena, but as a living, ordered whole. In his hymn, we hear the echoes of timeless truth that knowledge, whether spiritual or scientific, is a flame meant to illuminate, transform, and guide humanity towards harmony with the cosmos. So in Vedic dawn, the Angira lit the flame of knowledge, of science, where the fire becomes energy, sound becomes knowledge, and cosmos becomes order. So in the end, Rishi Angira emerged not as a sage of Vedic age, but a visionary who saw science and spirituality as two currents of same river. His hymn to fire reveals the energy as a principle of transformation and purification. His devotion to sound gave humanity a flawless system of oral knowledge transmission, ensuring the wisdom echo across the centuries. And his fascination with symmetry and proportions seeded the spirit of mathematics, while his gaze at the star aligned human life with the cosmos rhythm. What Angira taught us was simple yet profound. The body, the mind, and the cosmos are not separate realm, but reflection of the same kind of alignment, same as a kind of living, the way of living actually. So when we go forward about his teaching, I would also request you to send us the comments what you think, and if you want to add something on this in this context, please, we welcome your comments. So his vision was knowledge was not a possession but a flame meant to illuminate, purify, and guide. As we look back today, his legacy reminds us that the true wisdom lies in the balance and between energy, order, and between sound and silence, between the human and the cosmos. So please send, as I was requesting you, send your comments on this subject, and also please subscribe our channel for more insights to Indian spirituality, mythology. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram. There is a massive news from New Delhi. The 16th India Japan Annual Summit has officially concluded, making a historic turning point for the global diplomacy and the economy. With a staggering $68 billion, which is equal to 10 trillion yen, investment pledge over the next decade, India and Japan are redefining their partnership. In this video, we break down everything you need to know about this landmark pact and what it means for the future of both nations. From cutting edge defense, co development to the next generation of AI, energy, security, we analyze how this massive infusion of capital and the 120 plus new business agreement will reshape the global landscape. Let's go. In the rapidly shifting landscape of global economic, the certain moments stand out not just as headlines but as turning point that defines the next decade of the industry. We have just witnessed one of those moments, one of the most important moments. And monumental commitment has been made, a staggering 10 trillion yen, that is approximately $68 billion in planned investment from Japan into India over the next 10 years. This isn't just a diplomatic handshake, this is massive systemic alignment of two of the world's most vital economies. Today, we are breaking down why the $68 billion pact is a game changer for supply chain, the tech sector, and the future of the global manufacturing. So, friends, before we move forward, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue. So, the big question is why now? To understand the weight of this investment, we have to look at the economic security. That is a roadmap that both nations recently finalized. In an era of geopolitical uncertainty, supply chain resilience has become the ultimate currency. Both nations recognize that depending on a single source of for a critical technology is no longer viable strategy. By deepening this partnership, they are building a China plus one ecosystem, positioning India as a primary destination for Japanese capital and technological expertise. We aren't talking about simple trade anymore. We are talking about the shared sovereignty over future tech. From semiconductors to quantum computing and critical minerals, this pact is designed to ensure that if a global trade flows, if any disruption happens in the flow, these two partners have the technological and industrial autonomy to keep their industries moving. So, where does the $68 billion actually go? The roadmap is incredibly specific and span four major pillars. Number one is semiconductor and deep tech. The most critical battleground for the 21st century is the semiconductor. We are seeing a massive collaboration between top tier electronics firms and domestic manufacturers in India. We are also talking about the front end fabrications, OSAT, which is outsourced semiconductor assembly and test plants, and specialized semiconductor material production. This is about creating a self sustaining silicon ecosystem, not just assembly. Second, the green energy transition. The energy security is central to this deal. The roadmap includes an ambitious biogas initiative to set up 1,000 plants across the country, but it goes further. Green ammonia, green methanol, and major investment in batteries and renewable grid infrastructure. Number three, the next generation mobility and infrastructure. We have been tracking the bullet train corridor for years now, but this impact accelerates the development of smart cities, high speed logistics. It's about modernizing ports and rails to ensure that when a product is made in India, it can reach global market faster than ever before. And number 4 is the artificial intelligence and the quantum computing, perhaps the most forward looking part of the pact. Both sides have signed agreement on AI, combining Japanese precision manufacturing capabilities with India's massive scale of software and the digital talent. For the business community watching this message is very clear. The red tape is disappearing. India allows 100% FDI through the automatic route in most sectors, meaning Japanese firm can maintain full ownership and control of their Indian subsidiaries. There is also a dedicated Japan Plus desk at Invest India, specifically designed to fast track these massive projects. The industry isn't just reacting to policy, they are voting with their capital. We have seen over 100 new business agreements signed in the past year alone. This is an initiative for Japanese companies to scale and for Indian firms to integrate into global high value supply chain. And of course, no deal of this magnitude comes without a hurdle. Implementation is where the real work happens. Logistics, regulatory harmonization, and the culture integration between workforce are the next frontier. However, the trend is undeniable. India Japan partnership is no longer just about trade volumes, it is about technological convergence. When you combine a workforce that is young and tech savvy with one of the most advanced industrial innovation engines in the world, the output is greater than the sum of its part. This $68 billion pact is effectively the foundation of the golden phase of this partnership. Whether you are an investor, a tech professional, or a student, the bridge between these two nations is widening and the opportunities are growing by the day. We will keep tracking these development here on this channel. But I would like to ask you, what sector do you think will see the biggest disruption from this investment? Let me know in the comments below. I'm CK and I will see you very soon in the next one.
In the dawn of civilization, when society sought order amid the chaos of human desire and duty, a sage named Manu stepped forward to weave the law into life. His vision was not confined to ritual or governance alone. It reached into the intimate bond between men and women, shaping the very foundation of family and societies. Manu's world became more than a rule. They were a mirror of cosmic balance, binding love, duty, and hierarchy into the framework that endured for centuries. Like Hammurabi in Babylon or Confucius in China, Manu's legacy reminds us that across culture, sages and lawgivers sought to tame the most powerful force of all, that is relationship between men and women. And in doing so, they etched the blueprint of civilization itself. So let's find out more about this. In the tapestry of ancient Indian thought, few figures loom as prominently as Manu, the legendary lawgiver whose name is inseparably tied to the Manusmriti, a text that sought to codify the rhythm of human life. Manu was not merely a sage, he was envisioned as the archetypal legislator, the one who translated cosmic order into social norms. His laws, particularly those governing the relationship between men and women, revealed both the aspiration and the anxieties of civilization, striving to balance duty, morality, and hierarchy. So the Manusmriti present marriage not as a private contract, but as a sacred institution woven into the fabric of dharma, which is righteousness. Manu's vision of gender relationship was deeply rooted in the idea of complement the men and women, and the men and women were seen as two halves of cosmic order, cosmic as a whole, each with a distinct role that together sustained society. The woman was reserved as the bearer of lineage, a guardian of household sanctity, and the embodiment of nurturing power. The man, in return, was tasked with the protection, provision, and pursuit of spiritual and worldly duties. In this framework, the harmony was achieved not through the equality in the modern sense, but through the balance which fulfilling a role that maintained cosmic and social order. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward on this topic. Yet the Manu's law also reflect the patriarchal structure of his time. Through Manu actually elevated the feminine principle in symbolic way. He declared that where the women are honored, the god rejoice, and where they are dishonored, all right loses their efficacy. And sometimes this kind of few restrictions that actually become paradox when we talk about the modern times, and it also maybe in actually resulted in the paradox of ancient gender norms. So the influence of Manu's vision extended far beyond domestic life by codifying rules of marriage, inheritance, and the conduct. He shaped the very architecture of society. His laws became a reference point for centuries, debated and adopted and sometimes restricted, but never ignored. So they provided a framework for order in the world where the oral tradition and the ritual practice needed the anchor to written codes or a written duty mentioning. So parallel to Manu can be found across the civilization. In the West, the figures like Hammurabi of Babylon emerged as counterpart. Hammurabi's famous code inscribed on stone also sought to regulate family life, property, and justice, embodying the patriarchal norms within the broader vision of social stability. In the ancient Rome, the 12 table performed the similar function, defining the rights and duties of men and women within the civil order. In China, Confucian's teaching, though not codified in the same way, established the enduring principle of family hierarchy and gender role, and emphasizing the kind of all the duties, and at the same time it also mentioned the subordination of women within the household. So like of these lawgivers or traditions, when we talk about these distinct codings, like Manu, they also sought to anchor the society in a vision of order that linked cosmic or moral principle with everyday relationship. But what makes Manu distinctive is the spiritual dimension he infused into law. For him, the regulation of men and women relationship was not merely a pragmatic, but a sacred, a reflection of dharma itself. So marriage was a right, not a contract. The household was a microcosm of the universe, and the woman as its center was both revered and bound by duty. This intertwined of the law, ritual, and cosmology gave Manu's vision a depth that continues to provoke reflection. So, in the modern age, Manu's legacy is contested, sometimes criticized, but critics highlight the restrictive aspect of his law, especially regarding women's autonomy. While others emphasize the symbolic reverence and the attempt to harmonize the social life with cosmic principle. His parallel Hammurabi, Confucius, and Roman jurist reminded us that every civilization has grappled with the same challenge: how to regulate human relationship in a way that preserve the order, morality, and continuity. The answer differs, but the impulse is universal. Ultimately, Manu stands as both a product of his time, a figure of enduring influence, and his law revealed the ancient Indian attempt to weave the gender relation into a larger fabric of dharma, that is, righteousness, balancing reverence with restriction and symbolism with social control. In his vision, the relationship between men and women was not merely personal but civilizational, a cornerstone upon which the base of the society rested. And in this vision, we glimpse the perennial human quest to align the intimate bond of a family with the vast order of cosmos. So, Manu's vision of men and women was not merely about domestic order. It was about aligning human bonds with cosmic laws. His words inscribed in the Smriti actually became both revered and contested, shaping the centuries of thought on duty, family, and society. Like Hammurabi's stone tablet or Confucius' teaching, Manu's legacy reminds us that every civilization sought to anchor relationship in principle larger than themselves. His laws may reflect the paradox of their ages, but reverence entwined with restriction, but at the same time they endure as a testament to humanity's timeless quest for harmony between love, duty, and greater order of the world. So, we have come to the end of this discussion. Please mention or write your comments on this topic. Also, please like and subscribe our channel. Look forward for your comments and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज 17 जून है और आज बुधवार का दिन है। तो आप सबको पता है कि बुधवार का जो दिन होता है बहुत ही शुभ होता है गणेश पूजा के लिए। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे गणेश पूजा के साथ, और आप सभी हमारे साथ रिपीट करें। 11 दफा एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। बहुत ही साधारण सा सिंपल सा मंत्र है, और इससे भगवान गणेश काफी खुश होते हैं। तो अगर आप अपना दिन, या आप बिजनेसमैन हैं, या आप पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, तो अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले अपना जो प्रोफेशनल दिन है, इस मंत्र का जाप हर बुधवार को करें। ठीक है, तो चलिए आंखें बंद कर लेते हैं, हाथ जोड़ के भगवान गणेश का ध्यान करते हैं, और मेरे साथ जुड़िए, मेरे साथ रिसाइट करिए ये मंत्र जो भगवान गणेश जी को समर्पित है। ओके, शुरू करते हैं। ओम गण गम गणपतये नमः। ओम 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 गणपतये नमः। तो दोस्तों, हमारा आज की पूजा समाप्त हुई। भगवान गणेश को हमने आज अपना पूजा समर्पित की, और आशा करते हैं आप भी हमारे साथ इसको रिपीट करेंगे। 11 दफा ही करना है, बहुत साधारण सा एक मंत्र है, और इससे भगवान गणेश काफी शुभ लाभ देते हैं। तो चलिए हम आगे बढ़ते हैं, अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं। इस वीडियो में आपसे विदा लेता हूँ। जल्दी मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में, कहीं मत जाइएगा। आपका दिन शुभ रहे। नमस्कार। Hello friends, welcome. Namaskaram. Let me ask you, are you managing your company by some sort of a manual, or you are leading with the vision? This is a very profound question, and we will try and unravel the mysteries by taking help from Bhagavad Gita. We will understand difference between rigid knowledge and the true actionable wisdom. Just as the vast lake provides more water than a small one, enclosed well, a leader's capacity for insight often surpasses the limitation of the written rules and standard procedures. In this video, we translate this ancient metaphor into the modern business strategy for CEOs and senior executives. Let's go. We live in a world of checklists, standard operating procedures, the best practices. As a CEO, I have spent my entire career building the manual. We write it to ensure consistency. We write it to reduce risk. We write it so that when things go wrong, we can point to a page and say, this is how we fix it. And make no mistakes, the manual is vital. It creates a foundation of any scalable business. But today, I want to talk to you about the limit of that foundation. I want to talk about the ceiling that the manual creates, and why the most successful leaders, the one who truly scale their impact, eventually realize they must look beyond the best manual that they have created. There is a timeless piece of wisdom from Bhagavad Gita, specifically mentioned in chapter 2, verse 46, that perfectly captures the struggle of the modern executive. And the quote starts, just as a big lake can minimize the importance of a small well, so does the knower of the absolute truth proficient in scriptures serves better than the Vedas. And the quote close. So, friends, if you have reached so far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in, and that will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's break down that metaphor, and we start implementing this in our modern day business landscape. The small well is your manual. It is your SOPs. It is your quarterly KPIs, your rigid organizational structure, and your tiered, methodologies, tried and tested strategies. It is essential, right? It is where you get your water when you're thirsty. But as a well is confined, it is the hole dug in a ground with a fixed radius. It holds a specific finite amount of water. The big lake, however, is something else entirely. The lake represents a holistic wisdom. It represents strategic intuition, deep market understanding, and the ability to synthesize information that isn't written down in any handbook. So, when you are reliant only on the well, you are limited by the depth of the well. If the industry changes and if the climate shifts, your well might run dry. But when you are a knower of the absolute truth, when you possess that broader, deeper wisdom, you are not dependent on a single source of water. You are the one who understands how the ecosystem works. You don't just know the rule of the games, you understand the nature of the game itself. Why do so many CEOs struggle with this? Because we are rewarded for doing, we are rewarded for efficiency. The manual is comfortable. It removes the need for judgment. When you follow the manual, you are never wrong. You're just compliant. But the true leader isn't about compliance, it's about adaptation. I see leaders every day who are paralyzed because of this particular manual in their life. For the market crisis, because the market crisis has not been written yet. They are looking for the page in the playbook that tells them how to handle a disruptive competitor or a shifting global economy. And they can't find it. And because they only know how to draw from the well, they panic. The knower of absolute truth isn't looking for the answer in an answer in this contest. They are looking at the market, the people, and the possibilities. They have cultivated a mindset of wisdom that allows them to make high stake decisions when the data is incomplete or the manual is obsolete. So, how do you move from the well to the lake? How do you transition from a manager of the processes to the master of strategic wisdom? It starts with intellectual humility. You must be willing to admit that your current way of doing things, your will, might be limiting your potential. Second, it requires the first principles thinking. Don't just ask, what does this SOP says? Ask, what is the actual problem we are trying to solve here? Strip away the procedures and look at the core reality of the business. Third, it requires synthesis. This is what the verse means by proficient in scriptures. It doesn't mean memorizing the rules, it means understanding the principles behind them. If you understand the why behind your business, you can create a new how when the situation demands it. The best CEOs are not just reading the manual, they are reading the room, they are reading the market, and also they are reading the future. They are the ones who can look at the complex, messy, unscripted situations and draw a clearer path forward, and that is their lake. So, when you embrace this, your leadership changes. You stop micromanaging the how and start inspiring the why. You stop fearing the deviations from the norm and start seeking them as an opportunity for innovation. You become leader who isn't just surviving the day to day, you are thriving in the absolute truth of your industry. You stop being a slave to the SOP and start being the master of the vision. Think about your organization right now. Is it a well or is it a lake? Are your people empowered to think with wisdom or are they terrified of breaking the rules? If you want to grow, if you want to scale, you have to be the one to show them the lake. Chapter 2, verse 46 of Gita isn't telling us to throw away the Vedas or, in our case, the manual. It is telling us that there is something greater than the text. There is the understanding, there is the wisdom. Today, I challenge you, open your manual, use it, respect it, and value it. But then put it down, look up, look at the horizon, build a lake. Because the world doesn't need more people who can follow instructions. The world needs leader who can create wisdom, navigate complexity, and guide us towards a future that no manual could ever predict. Friends, if you have any questions, do send it across in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello friends, Namaskaram. The Indian government has officially placed a temporary ban on the messaging app Telegram. But why is this happening and how does it relate to upcoming NEET re-examination of 2026? In this video, we break down the government latest crackdown on the exam fraud, the specific role Telegram played in spreading the misinformation, and what this means for students appearing for the NEET retest on June 21st. We will also explain the timestamp fraud, that technique that led to the unprecedented moves. Let's go and discuss this further. If you have tried to open Telegram in India over last 24 hours and hit a wall, you aren't alone. As of June 16th, 2026, the Indian government has initiated a temporary nationwide blackout of Telegram messaging platform. But this isn't just about tech glitches. This is a massive coordinated government crackdown aimed directly at one of the most high stakes event in the country, which is the NEET UG examination, and this time it is actually going through re-examination because of situations that we all know. Why would the government shut down one of the most popular messaging app in the country just days before the major exam? Is it overkill, or is it the only way to save the integrity of the national test system? Today, we are breaking down the India versus Telegram showdown, explaining the secret timestamp fraud that forced this hand and what this means for the millions of students preparing for June 21st. Let's dive in. But before that, friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and watching this video. To understand the ban, we have to look back at May 3rd, 2026. India held its annual NEET UG medical entrance exam, but the results were eventually annulled following a widespread report of paper leak. For millions of students, this was a disaster. Months of preparation and family savings were suddenly in a limbo. The government and the National Testing Agency, which is NTA, announced re-examination scheduled for June 21st, 2026. But as that date approached, the intelligence report began to paint a disturbing picture. According to the government agency and the NTA, the Telegram, which boasts a massive user base in India, was being weaponized. Cheating syndicates were setting up channels with names like Paper Leaked Neat or Private Mafia, aggressively targeting desperate students. They weren't just spreading rumors, they were actively trying to extort families for access to the re exam paper. A paper that NTA maintained, that is perfectly secure within the official chain. Now, let's talk about the specific loopholes that led to this unprecedented move. It is called the timestamp fraud, and it is a brilliant but malicious bit of social engineering. And here is how it works: a scammer creates a Telegram channel, they post a vague, harmless message days before the exam. Once the actual exam concludes and the real questions are out in the public domain, the administrator goes back to their old pre exam message and edit it to insert the legitimate questions, because the Telegram allows channel admission administrator to edit messages without changing the original timestamp. It creates a terrifying illusion. It looks like they had the paper before the exam even started. This caused massive public panic and allowed scammers to demand lakhs of rupees from vulnerable parents. The government realized that taking down individual channels was like playing a game of whack-a-mole. You delete 10, right? And 20 more pop up. So they decided to cut the power to the whole platform until the exams were safe. This isn't a permanent ban, it's a surgical strike using Section 69A of IT Act of India legal system, which gives the government the power to block online content in the interest of public order and security. The restriction is double layered. Number one is the full app block. This stays in effect until June 22nd, 2026, just after the NEET re exam is completed. Number two is a feature block Government has also ordered a Telegram to disable the message editing feature in India until June 30th of 2026 to ensure that even after the ban is lifted, scammers cannot retrospectively manipulate their message history to create more fake leak evidence. Agencies like the I4C, which is Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, and state police are coordinating this crackdown. While the tech enthusiasts have criticized the ban as a band-aid solution that impacts ordinary users, the NTA has labeled it to a measure of the last resort to protect the integrity of the medical entrance process. If you are a student, and here is the bottom line for you, especially if you're a student, the NTA has repeatedly stated that there are no paper leaks, and any claims you see on social media, even those that look verified by timestamp, is almost certainly a scam. Do not fall for these extortion attempts. If you see any suspicious activity, call the National Cybercrime Helpline at 1930 or report it on an official portal. Rely only on the official NTA website for your updates. Whether you agree with the government move or think it is an overreach, one thing is very clear: the digital battlefield for exam security has changed forever. What do you think? Was blocking Telegram the right move to stop the fraud, or should the government have focused on some other solution? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more tech and policy breakdown, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Hello friends, Namaskaram. In an era of market volatility, economic uncertainty, and the rapid digital transformation, what separates the good CEOs from the great one? It isn't just a strategy, it is a leadership resilience. To answer this question, in this video, we explore a transformative lesson from Bhagavad Gita, which is basically, like a master class for the modern executive. While often interpreted spiritually, this profound verse hold the secret to modern executive performance, and we will also break down how the principle of the unchanging self applies directly to business decisions making and helping CEOs. Let's go. Friends, the noise never stops. Quarterly projections, disruptive competitors, supply chain fractures, boardroom pressures, the relentless ping of notifications. If you are a CEO or a business leader, your reality is defined by a constant high frequency hum of volatility. We are told that to lead is to react. We are told to be successful executive, you must be a hyper vigilant, that you must be shaken by every market dip, every negative review, and every shift in the economic tide. But what if I told you that the most effective leaders in history don't react to noises? What if they operated from a place that the noise is couldn't be reached? Today we are looking at a masterclass in executive leadership and executive stability. We are looking at a lesson from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 25, that serves as a profound psychological framework for the modern CEO. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel and also what kind of people are watching our content. Alright, now let's look at the verse. And the quote starts, knowing that the self is invincible, inconceivable, and unchangeable, you should not lament for the body. Now let's strip away the classical context for a moment and look at this as an executive strategy. The body here represents the fragile external elements of your business. It is the P&L statement that fluctuates. It is the stock price. It is the office space, the product launch, and that product launch can hit a snag. The employee turnaround rate as well. These are the body. They are the material, temporary, and ultimately they are subject to decay and change. Most CEOs spend 100% of their mental bandwidth lamenting the body. When the numbers are down, they panic. When the project fails, they internalize it as a loss of identity. But the verse calls us to focus on the self. In a business context, the self is your core vision. It is the why behind your organization. It is the intangible, unchangeable mission that exists regardless of whether this quarter's growth is 2% or 20%. Now, you might ask, if I don't lament, if I don't get stressed, do I stop caring? Well, absolutely not. This is where the misunderstanding of detachment happens. In the corporate world, we often confuse anxiety with diligence. We think that if we aren't losing sleep, we aren't actually working hard enough. But anxiety actually clouds your cognitive ability. It creates tunnel vision. The Gita teaches detachment, which is decisiveness. Think of a surgeon. A surgeon cannot be paralyzed by the fear of the patient's physical pain, or they cannot perform the operation. They must be present, they must be focused, and they must be detached enough to remain precise. As a CEO, your operation is your strategy. When you view your business challenges as things that are external to your core identity, things that are inconceivable in the sense that they are too complex to control entirely, you stop being a victim of the circumstances. You become the observer of the circumstance. So, this is where it ends, the whole learning from this particular verse. Big question is, how do we apply this in a Monday morning boardroom? And I would like to suggest 3 steps for you. First, self audit, which essentially means recognize the noise. So before you make a high stake decisions, please pause. Ask yourself, am I reacting to the self, the long term mission, or am I reacting to the body, the immediate transient fear? If you are reacting to the body, you are likely operating from a place of panic. Number 2, practice radical acceptance. The verse says the self is unchangeable. Accept that the market is changing. Accept that the body of your business will go through cycles. When you accept that flux is the nature state of business, you stop lamenting it. You stop fighting reality and start working with it. Number 3, lead from the core. When you're when you make decisions from your core values, your leadership becomes predictable to your team. An unshakable CEO provides a gravitational pull. If you are rattled, your team is rattled as well. If you are anchored in the unchanging mission, your team will feel that stability. So in the end, you're not your market share. You're not your revenue growth for the current quarter. You are the architect of a vision that is intended to outlive the temporary body of your current struggles. So, if you can master the ability to see the chaos as something that is passing while your core vision remains invisible and unchangeable, you don't just survive the volatility, you transcend it. You become an unshakable CEO. So, friends, next time you face a crisis, don't look for someone to blame. Don't look for a way to hide. Look at the noise. Acknowledge it for the temporary ripple that it is, and then get back to leading from your center. So, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for watching. Lead well, and I will catch you again in the next one.
Rishi Kashyap, the eternal sage of Sanatan Dharam, stands as the architect of diversity itself. His legacy woven into the very fabric of existence. Kashyap's achievement was cosmic, unbounded by geography or time. His empire was not of conquest but of coexistence. A vision so vast and unconquerable that even in 2026 it challenges us to see universality as the greatest triumph of all. His contribution is not limited to progenitor of civilization, but his Kashyap Samhita, also called as Vridha Jivika Tantra, is a classic text on pediatrics, gynecology, and obstetrics, still studies in Ayurveda today. Kashyap is also credited with contribution to Kashyap music and Shilpa Shastra, that is art and architecture, showing his influence beyond spiritual philosophy. So let's find out more about him. Rishi Kashyap, one of the greatest Saptarishi, is remembered not only as a sage but a progenitor of civilization, a figure whose vision encompassed the very diversity of the creation. His legacy is vast. Through his union, and Kashyap is said to have fathered myriad beings like human, animals, birds, and celestial entities. This mythic narrative is more than ancestry. It is a profound metaphor for interconnectedness, teaching all existence is a part of a single cosmic order. In 2026, when the humanity confronts ecological crisis, erosion of biodiversity, Kashyap's vision feels like a timeless call to honor diversity as sacred. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward on this topic, Rishi Kashyap's philosophy integrated dharma with natural order, that is righteousness with the natural order, urging harmony between human conduct and the rhythm of cosmos. This resonates today in a sustainability movement where the ethics and science converge to guide responsible living. And at the same time, Kashyap's worldview insists that the progress must align with the balance, that the innovation must serve the natural order. And his legacy also bridged myth and governance as dynasties traced through the lineage to him, grounding authority in values of stewardship and the continuity. So in our era of contested leadership and fractured identities, the Kashyap's example reminds us that the true governance rests on responsibility towards all being. Yet Kashyap's unconquerable achievement lies in his vision of universality. By fathering diverse lineage, he symbolized unity through multiplicity. This echoes in 2026, a globalized digital world where the pluralism is strength and the interconnectedness is destiny. His philosophy challenges us to weave difference into shared narratives of coexistence, much as he wove creation into a single cosmic order. Kashyap traditionally associated with northern western part of India subcontinent, so Indian subcontinent. The very name Kashmir, which is a state of India, believed to derive from him. Legend says Kashyap drained the ancient lake Satisar to make the valley habitable, giving rise to region's name Kashyap Mir, that is lake of Kashyap, eventually now we call it Kashmir, or Kashyap Meru, that is mountain of Kashyap. So it is here that one must certainly mirror the spirit of Genghis Khan of Mongolia. Centuries later, embodied the relentless drive to unify vast territories under single vision. His empire stretched across continents, reshaping trade, culture, and governance. Kashyap's achievement, though born of creation rather than conquest, is monumental. Where the Khan's empire was bounded by geography and time, Kashyap's was cosmic, eternal, and unconquerable. In 2026, as humanity seeks to reconcile power with wisdom, Kashyap's achievement stands as the greatest triumph, the creation of diversity itself, the binding of existence into one living continuum. Thus, Kashyap's contribution to the world is not confined to myth or ancestry. It is philosophy of balance, diversity, and responsibility. His voice echoes across millennia, reminding us that the creation is sacred. Diversity is strength, and the harmony with nature is the highest dharma, that is righteousness. In 2026, his legacy challenges us to honor the interconnectedness woven into of life, or maybe a web of life, to embrace pluralism as power and recognize that the greatest empire is not the one of conquest but coexistence. Rishi Kashyap's legacy is not a tale locked in the past, but a living philosophy that continues to shape the present. So his unconquerable achievement was the creation of universality itself, an empire of coexistence that transcends boundaries of time and geography. His presence is linked to Himalayas and surrounding region, embedding him into the spiritual landscape of northern India. He is a global impact even today. So Kashyap's vision unified existence through creation, weaving together human, animal, celestial being into one cosmic continuum. In 2026, as humanity stands at the crossroad of technological acceleration and ecological fragility, Kashyap's voice resounds with clarity that the greatest triumph is not the domination but harmony, not the conquest but coexistence. So his empire endured not in maps or monuments, but in the living diversity of the world. A reminder that the most powerful legacy is one that sustains life itself. So beyond being the father of creation, he is remembered as the sage whose influence shaped both land and lineage. In 2026, his unconquerable achievement reminds us that the greatest empire is not one of the domination but of diversity and harmony, an eternal continuum where the coexistence itself is the crown jewel of civilization. So we have come to the end of this topic. We like your comments on this topic. If you want to add something on the profile of Kashyap, the great sage of India, please also like and subscribe our channel, and I look forward definitely your comment, and see you in the next one. So take care. Bye bye.
Are you feeling stuck in the middle class? Then this video is your guide to breaking free. We will reveal the hidden financial traps that are keeping you from true financial freedom, and we will also share the actionable strategies to escape 9 to 5 grind. You will learn how to build a passive income stream, invest for long-term growth, and develop a mindset for wealth creation. If you're ready to stop trading time for money and start building a life of financial independence, you have to stay tuned because we are going to explore all of this. Let's go. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. Look, let's be honest for a moment. Are you tired? Tired of endless cycles, the 9 to 5 grind, the bills piling up, the feeling that no matter how hard you work, you are just, trading through these waters. You might be even earning a decent income, but somehow true financial freedom feels like a distant dream. The feeling, my friend, is what I call the middle class trap. It's a comfortable cage designed by the socialite expectations, clever marketing, and often our own ingrained financial habits. So, therefore, in this video, we are not just going to talk about it, we are going to give you a blueprint, a step by step guide on how to identify the trap, break free from the cycle, and start building the life of financial independence that you truly deserve. This isn't about getting rich quick, it's about getting rich smart and sustainably. So, if you are ready to escape the middle class mindset and build the lasting wealth, stick around because you are in the right place. First, we need to understand what exactly the middle class trap is. It's not a poverty trap, it's a comfort trap. It's an illusion of security that keeps us from taking the necessary risks and making the bold moves required for true wealth. Let's break down the common pitfalls. We have been told to get a good job, work hard, climb the ladder, and that's fine for the security, but it often means trading all your time for money. Your income is capped, and your wealth building potential is limited to your working hours. So, as your income increases, so do your expenses. New car, big house, more expensive vacations, designer clothes. You feel richer, but you're just spending more, often, going deeper into debt. You are running faster just to stay in the same place. Credit card debts, car loans, personal loans, student loans. Debt is an anchor that weighs down your financial progress. It steals future earnings and prevents you from investing in your future. We will talk about good debt versus bad debt later, but most middle class debt is a bad debt. Schools don't teach us about investing, compounding interest, or building assets. We learn by trial and error, often making costly mistakes. This isn't your fault, but it is your responsibility to fix it. So I will start, by saying that you have to invest someday, and you have to also say that I will save more later. Maybe I will take that risk when I have more security. Someday rarely comes. Procrastination is the silent killer of the wealth. Escaping the middle class isn't just about changing your actions, it's about changing your mindset. The wealth think differently about money, the risk, and also the time. Here are the critical mindset shifts. Uh, the middle class basically consumes, they are the de facto consumers. The wealthy produce instead of just buying things, think about creating value, solving problems, and building assets. How can you create a product, a service, or investment that generates income? And the goal isn't just to earn more, it's to earn more efficiently so you can buy back your time. Your time is your most valuable asset. The wealthy focus on building systems and investment that makes more money without their active daily involvement. The wealthy understand and manage it well as well. This doesn't mean being reckless, but understanding that stagnation is often greater risk than well thought out ventures. And things like education, skills, networking, these are your most potent assets. The wealthy are lifelong learners, constantly upgrading their knowledge and expanding their network. Read books, take courses, find mentors. The middle class often think in terms of immediate gratification. The wealthy think, on the other hand, in decades. They have a long-term plan. They understand the power of compound interest and delayed gratification. All right, with the right mindset in place, let's talk about the practical steps before you jump into the big investment. You need solid foundation. These are non-negotiable. You can't control what you don't measure. Know exactly where every dollar goes. Use apps, spreadsheet, whatever works for you. This isn't about restrictions, it's about awareness and control. So, where are the actionable tips? Well, download a budgeting app or create a simple spreadsheet today. So, credit card debt, personal loans, if you have, Pay it off aggressively. Every dollar you spend on interest is a dollar you can't invest in your future. Use the debt snowball or debt avalanche method to clear all of these. Aim for 3 to 6 months of living expenses in a separate, easily accessible savings account. This is your safety net, preventing you from going back into debt when unexpected life events happen. While cutting expenses is crucial, there is a limit. There is no limit on how much you can earn. There is a limit on how much you can cut, but there is no limit on how much you can earn. So, alright, are you getting paid what you are worth? Research market rates, build your case and ask for raises. Invest in courses or certification that makes you more valuable in your current job or open doors to higher paying roles. Explore ways to make extra money outside your 9 to 5 job. Things like freelancing, consulting, online businesses. These are not just extra cash, they are training ground for entrepreneurship. Pay yourself first. Let us set up an automatic transfer from your checking to your savings and investment accounts before you have a chance to spend it all. So you basically park your money and then you get over the urge of spending more. All right. So once your foundation is solid, it is time to shift your focus from solely earning money to having your money work for you. This is where the wealthy truly separate themselves. These are low cost, diversified, and hands off way to invest in the entire market. Perfect for a long term growth. Max out these tax advantaged retirement accounts. The tax benefits are immense, and time is your biggest ally with compounding. Buy properties and rent them out for passive income and appreciation. This often requires more capital and effort, but can be very rewarding. The way to invest in real estate without directly owning property is also you must explore. More liquid, less management intensive, and that is the property of the investment that you're seeking. This is arguably the fastest way to build significant wealth. Whether it is a brick or mortar or an online business, it gives you control, scalability, and uncapped income potential. E commerce, content creation, consulting, digital products, low overhead, global reach, some of the ideas that I can throw right now. So, there you have it, a comprehensive blueprint to escape the middle class trap and building the financial freedom you have been dreaming of. This journey isn't easy and it won't happen overnight. There will be a challenge, there may be setbacks and moments of doubt. But remember this, you are capable. You have the power to change your financial destiny. It starts with decision. A decision to stop accepting the status quo, to take control, and to build a life on your own terms. This isn't about hoarding money, it's about gaining options, option to travel, to spend more time with loved ones, to pursue your passion, to contribute to the cause you care about, and to live life on your own terms. Don't let the someday mentality hold you back. Your journey starts now. Pick one thing from this video, just one, and implement it today. So, friends, if this video resonated with you, please hit the like button, subscribe for more content like this, and leave a comment or question in the comment section below. And hopefully, you will be richer when we meet next time. So, friends, see you in the next one. Hello, friends. Namaskaram. You're most welcome. In a world where the C suite executives are constantly bombarded by the quarterly volatility, market noise, and the relentless competition, how do you maintain a clear competitive edge? The secret isn't more speed or more data, it is strategic withdrawal. Just as the tortoise instinctively pulls its limbs into its shell to protect itself from danger, a high performing CEO must learn to withdraw their focus from the chaos of the marketplace to make grounded, objective decisions. We translate this ancient wisdom into the modern toolkit for executive resilience and the emotional regulation. Let's go. Look at your desk, look at your phone. In the span of last 60 seconds, you have probably, likely been notified of a market fluctuation, an urgent email from a stakeholder, a Slack message from a manager, and the general hum of the world uncertainty. As a CEO, a modern business environment demand that you be always on. We are taught that the best leaders are the fastest to react. If there is a crisis, we pounce on it. If there is a trend, we pivot. But what if I told you that this constant state of reaction is actually the biggest threat to our long term success? Today, we are looking at the strategy for leadership that predates the modern corporation by thousands of years. We are talking about becoming a tortoise CEO. We are diving into chapter 2, verse 58 of Bhagavad Gita. Like a tortoise pulls his limb into the shell, one keeps his senses under one's control. And this was the very simple few lines, the verse which we want to discuss today. In this video, we aren't just talking about the stress management, we're talking about the fundamental shift in executive operations. We are going to learn how to build an invisible shell that protects your focus, your sanity, and your company's bottom line. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue with our discussion. Let's be honest, in the C suite, we are addicted to input. We measure our effectiveness by how much information we can process. We are rewarded by being the first to know, the first to comment, and first to respond. But there is a trap here. When you are constantly reacting with your senses are perpetually engaged with every external stimulus, you lose the ability to see the big picture. You become a victim of your circumstances rather than architect of your strategy. Think of it as an executive drift. Without a buffer, your energy is scattered across 100 different fires. You are the boardroom, but your mind is in the comment section. You are in a strategy meeting, but your anxiety is in the last quarter's earning report. This is where the wisdom of the tortoise comes in. The Gita teaches us that the tortoise doesn't hide because it's weak. It hides because it is wise. It knows when to withdraw to preserve its life force so it can engage with the world on its own term. Let's look at the verse. One who withdraws the senses from the sense object, like a tortoise reacts its limbs into the shell, is firmly established in wisdom. This is not a call to run away to the mountains. This is a call to strategic detachment. The senses in this context are your receptors to the business world. The data, the criticism, the hype, the fear mongering, the endless notification, the shell is your internal boundary. When the tortoise pulls its limbs in, it isn't checking out of the life. It is protecting its most vital part so it can survive the threat. As a CEO, your limbs are your attention, your cognitive resources, and your emotional energy. If you leave them exposed to every bit of market noise, you will eventually get bitten. Being firmly established in wisdom, which is the state of sthiti pragana, means you can look at the crisis, acknowledge it, analyze it, but not be consumed by it. You control the input. You decide what reaches your internal command center. So, how do we operationalize this? How do you build a shell in the middle of high growth startup or a Fortune 500 company? Here are a few steps which I would like to propose to you, and I call them tortoise protocol. Step number one, morning buffer. The tortoise doesn't start its day by running a marathon. For the first 30 to 60 minutes of your day, stay in your shell. No emails, no news, no social media. Your brain is a high performance engine. Do not let the world dump its garbage into your tank before you had a chance to calibrate your own focus or your forces. Step 2, the sensory diet. Audit your inputs. Are you consuming the information that helps you lead, or are you consuming the business noise that just induces anxiety? If a news source or a group chat is constantly causing reactive stress without providing actionable value, cut it off. This isn't ignorance, it is filtration. Step number 3 is the shell pause. When a crisis hit, and it will definitely, train yourself to pause before you react. Physically close your eyes for 10 seconds. Take a deep breath. Visualize your shell going up. Ask yourself, is this is an urgent threat that requires immediate action, or is this noise that I can afford to process later? By creating this micro pause, you shift from a reactive state to this strategic state. When you begin to lead this way, something changes in the culture of your organization. When a CEO is reactive, the whole company is reactive. If you are anxious, your team is anxious too. If you are constantly pivoting based on every market ripple, your team never gains momentum. But when you act like a tortoise, when you are the calm in the center of the storm, you give your team permission to do the same. You stop micromanaging the noise and start macro managing the vision. Your decision becomes grounded in long term reality, not short term panic. That, my friend, is how you generate a sustainable ROI. The world wants you to be fast, the world wants you to be frantic, but true unshakable focus comes from knowing when to pull back, protect your resources, and lead from a place of inner strength. Be the CEO who doesn't just react to the world, but who masters their own responses to it. If you are ready to build your own shell and lead with more clarity, I want to hear from you. Which distraction is currently the biggest threat to your focus as a leader? Drop a comment below and let's help each other to stay steady. Don't forget to subscribe for more leadership insight that bridge the gap between ancient wisdom and the modern boardroom. Until next time, stay focused, stay calm, and keep leading. See you in the next one, friends. Hello, friends. We all know that in today's volatile business landscape, a CEO must be more than just a strategist. They must be a vision bearer, a protector, an innovator, and a stabilizing force. Therefore, in this video, we decode the lessons learned from Bhagavad Gita and reveal the ultimate CEO matrix, a 12-point leadership framework hidden in plain sight for thousands of years. Let's go. Take a look at the modern C-suite. Today's CEO is expected to be visionary, futurist, a flawless operator, and a compassionate HR leader, a ruthless cost cutter, and an unshakable anchor during a crisis. We are told to look at Silicon Valley playbook, Ivy League case studies, and agile framework to survive. But what if the most comprehensive all-weather matrix for executive leadership wasn't written in a modern business school? What if it was mapped out thousands of years ago? So friends, welcome back. Today we are cracking open a timeless text that Bhagavad Gita talks about, specifically mentioned in chapter 9 verse 18. In this single verse, an incredible 12-point leadership framework is laid out. We call it an ultimate CEO matrix. Let's decode how these 12 ancient principles can completely redefine how you run your business today. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's look at the text. The verse begins with the word, I am the goal, I am the supporter. Right? As a CEO, your first and most foundational role is to be, the goal itself. In corporate terms, this is your North Star. If the CEO vision is blurry, the entire company stumbles in the dark. Being the goal means you don't just chase quarterly profits, you define the ultimate purpose of the enterprise. Why does your company exist? Where are your steering, and where are you taking the ship? You must embody that final destination. But a goal without infrastructure is just a pipe dream. And that is why the very next word is supporter, which is Bharata. This is the ultimate nod to the servant leadership. A true CEO doesn't sit on a throne expecting to be served. You are the ultimate support system. Your job is to clear roadblocks, secure funding, provide resources, and empower your executives to do their best work. You define the destinations, but you also build the road. Next, the verse gives us two seemingly contrasting roles, which is master, in Sanskrit this is Prabhu, and witness, which is Sakshi. So let's talk about being the master. At the end of the day, accountability stops with you. When the crisis strikes, a CEO must step up, claim extreme ownership, and make tough decisions. You are the ultimate authority. But look at how the Gita balances this power. Immediately after the master, it introduced the concept of witness. This is one of the rarest, most valuable skills in the modern business. Emotional detachment. As a witness, a CEO must be able to step back from the daily fire drill, put ego aside, and observe the company objectively. Are your sales dropping because of the market trends or because your product is genuinely losing relevance? If you are too emotionally reactive as a master, you will make panicked decisions. But if you can occupy the seat of an unbiased witness, you analyze data clearly, see reality of what it is, and govern with absolute clarity. Now we move from human element of the corporate scaling, and the words highlight the three beautiful concepts, which is abode, shelter, and well-wisher. Think about the word abode, which is Nivas. An abode is a home for a CEO. This means creating a corporate culture where people feel a sense of belonging. It's about building an ecosystem from talent. It doesn't just work but thrive and put down the roots. And when things go wrong, because they have always do, you must become the shelter. In the modern corporate world, fear paralyzes innovation. If your employees think a single mistake will get them fired, they will play it safe. When a microeconomics downturn hit or a bold product launch fail, a stellar CEO act as a shield. You take the blame externally while giving your team the psychological safety internally to learn, pivot, and fix it. And you do this because you are their well-wisher. A well-wisher is a friend who expects nothing in return. As a CEO, your leadership shouldn't be purely transactional. You must genuinely care about the growth, well-being, and future of your people, your customers, and your stakeholders as well. When people know their leader genuinely desire their success, loyalty isn't demand, it's naturally given. Now let's pivot to the strategy and operations. Bhagavad Gita introduced a profound triad: creation, destruction, and maintenance. This is literally the life cycle of every product, every business unit, and every market economy. First, creation. A CEO must drive innovation. You are the entrepreneurial spark pushing for the new R&D, entering new markets and birthing new ideas. But you cannot have creation without destruction. So in business, this is what legendary economist Joseph Schumpeter called creative destruction. As a leader, you must have courage to kill an underperforming project, sunset legacy products, and disrupt your own business models before competitor does it for you. And while you're balance creating the new and destroying the old, you must also master the maintenance. This is the operational excellence. It's optimizing cash flow, stabilizing supply chain, and keeping the core engine of your company running flawlessly. The ultimate CEO knows exactly when to create, when to maintain, and when to ruthlessly destroy. Finally, the verse conclude with the ultimate asset management strategy, the reservoir and the eternal seed. The reservoir is where the wealth and the resources are stored. In business, this is your capital allocation, your treasury, your reserves, and your talent pool. A reckless CEO burns through cash to chase vanity metrics. A visionary CEO builds a deep reservoir so the company can survive dry seasons, funding droughts, and unexpected market recessions. And lastly, we have the eternal seed. What is the seed? A seed is something small today that holds the genetic blueprint of a massive forest tomorrow. Every decision you make as an executive should be a seed planted for the future. This is about legacy. It's about succession planning. It's about building a corporate value that outlasts your tenure, outlasts your current product line, and survive the decades to come. So to look at a complete matrix: goal, supporter, master, witness, abode, shelter, well-wisher, creation, destruction, maintenance, reservoir, and the eternal seeds. So when you synthesize chapter 9 verse 18 of the Bhagavad Gita, you realize that leadership isn't a one-dimensional job. It is a 360-degree spiritual and strategic responsibility. So friends, next time you walk into your boardroom or sign off on a massive corporate pivot, ask yourself, which quadrant of the matrix does my company need from me today? Do they need the witness to evaluate, the shelter to protect, or the seed to build the future? Lead holistically, lead with purpose. So friends, if you have any questions or any suggestions, kindly feel free to drop in your comments. And if this ancient framework changed how you view your modern executive role, hit that subscribe button, share this video with your fellow founders, and let me know your thoughts in the comments below. So see you in the masterclass next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now
The idea of robots living alongside us has been belonged to the realm of science fiction. Yet today it is edging into the reality. With the debut of AI-powered robot designed specially for home use, the boundary between futuristic imagination and everyday life is dissolving. These machines are no longer confined to factory floors or research labs. They are stepping into kitchen, living room, bedroom, promising to transform the domestic routine. The debut of AI robots for domestic use is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one also. It sparks curiosity, inspires hope, ignites debate. So, are we welcoming helpful assistants into our lives or surveillance device disguised as a companion? The answer may shape not only the future of our household but also the broader relationship between human and intelligent machine. Artificial intelligence has begun to step out of the research lab and corporate offices into the most intimate of the space, our home. So debut of AI powered domestic robots marks a turning point in consumer technology, one that blends convenience with controversy. So these machines are designed to handle everyday tasks, tidying rooms, monitoring energy use, assisting with cooking, or even offering companionship. And this appeal lies in the promise of freeing up time, reducing household stress, and creating a seamless, smart living environment. For many consumers, the idea of robot that can anticipate the need and act autonomously and feel natural is the next step after smart speakers and connected appliances. Yet that excitement is tempered by uneasy, and that is privacy debate over flared almost immediately. Unlike a vacuum robot that simply mop your floor plans, and these new AI robots can equipped with advanced sensory cameras, microphones. So they don't just clean, they observe, interpret, and learn. That means that they are constantly collecting data from household routine, personal habits, even private conversations. So for some, this feels like inviting a surveillance device into the living room. The questions become: who owns that data and how securely is it stored? So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, the consumer interest is undeniable. Early demonstrations have drawn crowds, and pre-orders suggest a strong demand. Families imagine robots that can help elderly relatives, parents, and vision assistants with the childcare. And the professionals see value in delegating some routine work. So, but alongside with enthusiasm, the critics warn of the risk of dependency and erosion of boundaries. So, if a robot can recognize emotions, respond to the stress, and adapt to the personal preferences, does it cross into the territories of replacing human interaction? So, and if the companies monetize the insight gathered from these robots, does the home cease to be a private sanctuary? So this tension between innovation and intrusion defines the current debate On one hand, AI robot for home use could actually revolutionize the domestic life. It can provide easiness in the domestic life, making home safer, more efficient, and more responsive. On the other hand, they raise profound ethical questions about autonomy, consent, and surveillance. The debut of these robots is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one too. It actually forces society to grapple with what we value more: convenience or privacy, automation or intimacy. For now, the spotlight remains on consumer curiosity. The allure of futuristic living is strong, and many are eager to experiment. But as adoption spread, the conversation will inevitably shift from novelty to accountability. The home, once the most private space, is becoming the next frontier for AI, and how we navigate this frontier will shape not only our domestic life but also our broader relationship with technology. The arrival of AI robots in our home is more than a technical upgrade. It is definitely, as we are discussing, cultural shift. These machines promise efficiency, they also promise safety, and even the companionship, yet they are that is a challenge of our notion of privacy, intimacy within the household. So, as consumer embrace this, and society must also confront the deeper questions: how much of our personal lives are we willing to share with the machines, and who ultimately control that information? So that is that whether they become a trusted helper or controversial intruders will depend only on the technological itself, but also value we choose to uphold as we invite artificial intelligence into our most private corners of our lives. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
the vast expanse of India's mythological and spiritual heritage, Jamadagni emerges as a figure who embodies both wisdom and strength. A sage of Bhrigu lineage and one of the revered Saptarishi, he was not confined to meditation alone. His life was a rare fusion of scholarship and martial mastery. Jamadagni's household was a sanctuary of Vedic learning where the sacred hymns were preserved, transmitted, yet it was also a place where the science of weaponry, the art of warfare were refined into discipline of dharma, that is righteousness. His bow, Saranga, and his knowledge of Dhanur Veda symbolize the union of intellect and arm, teaching the weapon are not instrument of conquest but the guardian of righteousness. Jamadagni's life was not merely about personal achievement, it was about shaping the legacy that would endure through his son Parshuram, the warrior sage who carried forward his father's vision of dharma defended by strength. Thus, Jamadagni stands at the crossroad of meditation and battlefield, of the scholarship and strategy, reminding us that the true greatness lies in the harmonizing wisdom with power. In the tapestry of ancient Indian tradition, Jamadagni stands as a figure of profound duality. At once a sage immersed in spiritual wisdom, and the other part he is the master of martial science. His life reflects the delicate balance between pursuit of knowledge and the necessity of defense, between the serenity of meditation and the discipline of warfare. Jamadagni's contribution to the science of weaponry and the art of warfare are legendary. As a descendant of great sage Bhrigu, he inherited not only the spiritual insight but also a deep understanding of martial techniques. Ancient texts describe him as a custodian of Dhanur Veda, a branch of knowledge that encompass the use of bow, arrow, and divine weapons. His bow, Saranga, became the symbol of his mastery, later passed on to his son Parshuram, who wielded it into a campaign against the Kshatriyas. Jamadagni's teaching emphasized discipline, precision, and the ethical use of force that is also applies on warfare. It was not just for the conquest, but for the protection of dharma, which is righteousness. In this way, he elevated martial science into a sacred art and inseparable from moral responsibility. The bow of dharma can be seen in the modern cybersecurity and AI governance. Our digital weapon, algorithms, data, and code must be aimed at protecting truth, justice, and not the exploitation. The legacy reminds us that the technology is powerful only when aligned with the ethical purpose. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, yet the Jamadagni was not merely a warrior sage. His spiritual and scholarly contribution are equally profound. As one of the world's revered Saptarishi, he played a vital role in preserving and transmitting the Vedic knowledge. His devotion to meditation, or spirituality made him a beacon of righteousness. His household became the center of learning. Legend recounts his ability to command nature itself, receiving boons from Surya, the sun god, and harnessing the divine cow, Kamadhenu, which symbolize abundance and substance. These stories reflect his stature as a sage who could bridge the material and the spiritual, guided by, and definitely that will help in guiding humanity towards balance. This was very important in the context of making the balance. If we think deeper and find out in 2026, that is actually more relevant. This continuity reflects how knowledge passes from one generation to the next, and today's AI pioneering inherit both innovation and responsibility. The art of war in 2026 is not just about weapon, but about navigating global conflict in cyber space, in trade wars, and AI ethics. Jamaat Agni's story reminds us that every new generation must weld its tool with wisdom. The tragedy of Jamadagni's death, slain by the men of King Kartivirya Arjun for refusing to surrender Kamdhenu, underscores the eternal tension between the spiritual authority and the worldly power. His martyrdom ignited Parshuram's vow to rid the earth of oppressive rulers, ensuring that Jamadagni's legacy lived on not only in a scholarship but also in action. Through his son, his teaching on weaponry dharma were carried forward, shaping one of the most dramatic cycles in Hindu mythology. So Jamaat Agni's life thus embodies a rare synthesis, the science of warfare tempered by spiritual wisdom. He demonstrated that true mastery of arms must be guided by restraint, ethics, and devotion to higher principle. His scholarly contribution ensured the continuity of Vedic tradition, while his martial legacy empowered future generation to defend righteousness. And him, the sage and the warrior, were not opposite, but it is kind of a two face of one life dedicated to preservation of dharma, that is righteousness. Now, if we see in the context of 2026, this mirrors actually how nations and corporation debate the ethical use of AI autonomous weapon. Just as Jamaat Agni's insisted on restraining, today's leaders grappled with ensuring AI-driven defense system remain accountable to human values. So Jamaat Agni's life is a reminder that the pursuit of wisdom and the mastery of strength are not opposite paths, but a complementary one. As sage, he safeguarded the Vedic tradition, nurtured the scholarship and the spiritual discipline. As a master of weaponry, he elevated warfare into a sacred science, teaching that arms must serve the righteousness rather than ambition. His martyrdom at the hand of worldly power underscores the kind of softness of spiritual authority. Yet, through Parshuram, his legacy endured and ensured that righteousness would always find a defender. So in Jamaat Agni's, we see the rare union of scholar, warrior, and meditation, and of course the meditation and the battlefield. His contribution continues to inspire, remind us that the true greatness lies not in domination, but in harmonizing knowledge with the responsibility and strength with virtue. So Jamaat Agni's contribution lies in his rare synthesis, and also it also reminds us, his story continues to inspire us, remind us that wisdom, strength must walk hand in hand. So please send your comments and subscribe our channel for more insight into Indian mythology and spirituality. See you in the next one. But before we close this live stream, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
A new eye is about to open upon the universe. An eye so wide it will sweep the heavens like no telescope before. The Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope is not just about any other machine. It is a cartographer of the cosmos poised to chart 1 lakh unseen world and the rogue wanderers that drift starless through the dark. With mirror that rivals Hubble and the field of view 100 times greater, Roman will transform the night sky into a living atlas. Each planet a pin of possibility, each rogue world a story untold. This is not merely a science, it is exploration on the scale that redefines imagination. Romans gaze still stitch together galaxies, measure the invisible hand of dark energies, and reveal that universe is not sparse but teeming, restless, alive. And its sweep, humanity will find not only few planets, but new questions, new frontiers, and perhaps new homes. So let's find out more. The Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope is poised to become one of the NASA's most ambitious instruments, a sentinel designed to widen humanity's cosmic horizon. Unlike telescopes that focus narrowly on a distinct galaxies or nearby stars, Roman's mission is panoramic and to sweep the sky with unprecedented breadth and cataloging world that drift untethered planets and orbit sun far beyond our reach. This is a wide view which allows astronomers to detect up to 1 lakh new planets, a staggering expansion of known cosmic sensors. Among these will be rogue world, planets that wander the galaxies without a parent star, drifting like celestial nomads through the dark. Each discovery will not only add to the tally of the world but also deepens the mystery of planetary formation, migration, and survival in the vastness of space. Roma's design is marriage of precision and scale. Equipped with a 2.4 meter mirror comparable to Hubble's but paired with the advanced detector, it can capture image covering areas of sky 100 times larger than Hubble's field of view. This means the entire star field, galactical cluster, and planetary nurseries will be revealed in a detail and offering astronomers a tapestry of cosmic evolution. Beyond planet, Roman will probe the dark energies that accelerate the universe expansion, map our understanding of cosmic history. Yet its planetary catalog may prove the most transformative, a reminder that the universe is not sparse but teeming with the world, each potential stage of chemistry, climate, and perhaps even life. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now let's continue with our discussion. In essence, the Nancy Grace Roman telescope is not just a machine, it is a promise that night sky hold far more than we have yet imagined, and that with each sweep of its gaze, humanity will step closer to answering the timeless question. What is that? Are we alone? Or are we one among countless travelers in universe of the world? So Roman is more than a machine, it is a storyteller of cosmos. Each discovery will be verse in the grand narratives of creation, migration, and survival, that again reminding us that the universe is not a silent void but a living expanse teeming with world. So its mission is both scientific and poetic. To measure the invisible force of dark energy, to map galaxies like constellations of history, and to show us that the night sky is richer than our imagination dares. As Roman prepare to open its gaze, it carries with it the hope that somewhere among these countless worlds lies the answer of our most enduring question. So, in a sweep of Roman's vision, the universe will no longer be a distant mystery, but a vast, untold atlas of world. Each one a reminder that the cosmos is alive, infinite, and waiting to be known. So, we have come to the end of this live streaming on this interesting topic. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel, and I'll see you in the next one. For centuries, lightning has been regarded as a terrestrial phenomena, or inspiring but earth-bound spectacle of raw energy. Right? I think you must have seen it. Sometimes it creates ripples in your heart. Sometimes you enjoy the spectacle. It strikes across the sky, illuminating the storm clouds, rattling windows, reminding humanity of nature's, which is untamed power. Yet, in the recent years, scientists have begun to uncover a startling truth. Lightning is not confined to Earth, influencing the delicate balance of space weather that governs satellites, communication system, and even the safety of astronauts. The breakthrough actually came from a small NASA satellite, modest in size and but monumental in ambition. Unlike the towering rockets or sprawling observation that often dominates the headlines, this satellite was designed with a precision, simplicity, and its mission definitely was study the electromagnetic fingerprints of lightning and trace how these pulses interact with ionosphere and the charged layer of Earth's upper atmosphere and beyond. Into a vastness of near Earth space, what it discovered actually had sparked a revolution in our understanding of space weather. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching, because that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, lightning is, it turned out, is more than a flash of light and a crackle of thunder. Each bolt sends electromagnetic waves and racing upwards, piercing the ionosphere like invisible arrow. And this wave, known as whistlers for these airy and descending tones, when captured by radio receivers, can travel thousands of kilometers along the Earth's magnetic field, feed lines. And in doing so, they disturb the charged particles and alter radiation bands and create a cascading effect that ripple through the space environment. For decades, space weather was thought to be driven primarily by solar activity, the flares, the coronal mass ejections, the solar winds that actually enters or disturbs the Earth's magnetosphere. While the sun remains the dominant force, lightning has now emerged as a hidden partner in its cosmic dance. So, as NASA satellite revealed that the terrestrial storm contribute to the fluctuation in radiation level around the Earth, certainly shapes the condition faced by satellites and spacecraft. In essence, every thunderstorm is a participation in the grand theater of space weather. So thus implication was profound communication network and GPS system and power grid all actually are kind of forced kind of have a very soft softness to the space weather disruption. So, by recognizing lightning role, the scientists can redefine predictive model and offering more accurate warning to industries and governments. A storm in the Midwest may not only ground the flight or knock out the local power, it may also send ripples into the orbit, affecting the satellite that guides ship across the ocean and monitor climate change. So beyond the practical, there is a poetic resonance to this discovery. So lightning, along a symbol of divine wrath or a natural chaos, is now revealed as a bridge between earth and space. It connects the terrestrial and celestial, reminding us that the boundaries are imagined between sky and cosmos, and that these are porous. So the flash that terrifies a child at night or inspire a poet verses is also a signal in the grand circuitry of the universe. And this revolution actually made lot of difference, you know. So and this revolution is not merely scientific, it is also cultural. By reframing lightning as a space weather agent, humanity is inviting to see storm differently. So they are also isolated tempest, but nodes in the planetary system that extend the outward to the stars. The small NASA satellite has given us a new lens, one that transform every thundercloud into a participant in the cosmic dynamics. So as recent research actually continues, we may find that lightning holds further secrets, perhaps influencing auroras, perhaps interacting with the cosmos rays, or perhaps even shaping the long-term evolution of Earth's magnetosphere. So what is certain is that the spark has been lit and a revolution is underway, one that begins with a flash in the sky and extends into the infinite expanse of space. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. Do send your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. But before we end this particular live stream, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram, you're most welcome. Let me ask you, are you relying solely on willpower to keep your business moving forward? Many leaders find that discipline alone leads to burnout. True sustainable leadership requires something deeper, a shift from controlling your impulses to finding higher taste in your work. In this video, we will try and find the answer to this very profound question, and we will take help of Bhagavad Gita. We will apply its ancient wisdom to the modern executive decision making. We will learn why external self control is only a temporary fix and discover how to cultivate a purpose driven mindset that naturally eliminate distraction and exhaustion. Let's go. Imagine it's 11 p.m. The office is quiet. You have hit your KPIs. You have managed the crisis and your team is performing. By all metrics, you are the picture of discipline. You have mastered the grind, but if you are honest with yourself in the silence of this moment, you feel a strange hollow fatigue. You're not tired because you aren't working hard enough. You are tired because you have been relying on willpower alone to sustain you. In the modern corporate world, we treat discipline like a religion. We praise the 4 a.m. wake up calls, the relentless sacrifice, and the ironclad self control. But today, I want to challenge that. I want to share a piece of ancient wisdom that suggests there is a massive difference between controlling yourself and being inspired by something greater. We are looking at chapter 2, verse 59 of Bhagavad Gita, a timeless management strategy for the modern CEOs. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue with our discussion. Let us define the problem. Most leadership development focus on suppression. We suppress our stress, we suppress our doubts, we suppress our desire for a balanced life because we believe discipline is the only thing standing between us and a failure. We treat our impulses like enemies. We white knuckle our way through board meetings, through difficult conversations, and through burnout. But here is the truth, and the Gita points it out clearly. The quote starts: often we may come and keep the senses under control, but the taste of the object of enjoyment still remains. And the quote closes. Think about it. You can force yourself to follow a routine. You can force yourself to lead. But if you are still internally, testing the stress or, thinking about the stress or the greed or the ego, the discipline is just a temporary dam holding back a flood. Eventually, the dam would break at some point in time. When you lead only through discipline, you are constantly fighting against your own nature. It's like trying to hold a beach ball underwater. You can do it for a while, but eventually your arms get tired. And that is where the exhaustive burnout comes from. So, what is the alternative? The verse continues with a powerful solution. But once with divine consciousness, loses the taste for such sensory objects, having acquired a higher taste. This is a shift from discipline to purpose. In the context of C suite, divine consciousness isn't just a spiritual term, it's about alignment. It's about being so deeply connected to the why of your organization, your vision, your legacy, your contribution to humanity that the petty distractions, the ego driven impulses are the exhaustion, that is some of sort of that you lose your flavor. When you discover a higher taste, you don't have to fight your lower instinct. They simply become uninteresting. Imagine a child playing with a cheap plastic toy. If you try to take it away, they fight with you. They have a taste for that toy. But if you show them a beautiful, complex, fascinating, educational game, they drop the plastic toy voluntarily, and you don't have to force them to do anything. They just found something better. And that is the CEO superpower. When you lead from a place of higher purpose, you aren't sacrificing your health or your peace of mind to achieve results. You are naturally moving towards a goal that is inherently satisfying. So, how do we apply this in the board tomorrow? How do you move from the grind to higher taste? Number one, audit your why, which is looking beyond profit. If your only taste is the quarterly returns, your willpower will eventually dry up. Does your business serve a larger purpose? Does it solve a genuine human problem? Reconnect your daily tasks to the impact that you're making. When the work matters, discipline becomes easy. Number two, practice strategic detachment. This doesn't mean apathy. It means you stop obsessing over the outcome and start obsessing over the process of the service. When you're detached from the fruits of your labor, you stop being a slave to the stress of success or even failure. You gain clarity. Number three is delegate the ego. Often we try to control every detail because we are addicted to the feelings of being indispensable, the low taste of being the hero. To reach a higher taste, you must empower your team. Leadership isn't about you being the smartest person in the room, it's about you being the most aligned person in the room. Leadership is not a sprint of willpower, it is a marathon of consciousness. Don't settle for just being disciplined. Anyone can be disciplined if they are miserable enough. Aim for something higher. Find the purpose that makes the struggle disappear. When you lead with higher taste, you don't just achieve more. You become someone who others want to follow. Today, I challenge you to look at your own calendar and ask yourself, am I doing this out of habit and willpower, or am I doing this because I've caught a glimpse of something better? The answer to that question will change the way you lead starting right now. So friends, thanks for watching for this this video, and if this resonate with you, I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. How do you maintain your higher taste when the pressure is on? Let's keep the conversation going, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Hello, friends. In today's volatile business landscape, even the most successful CEO often find themselves navigating a joyless market, a reality defined by a constant change and the temporary gains. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into the profound wisdom as mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, and we will try and extract the actionable leadership lessons for the modern executive. We will learn why the most resilient leaders are those who ground their strategy in a deeper purpose rather than just the fluctuating bottom lines. Let's go. We live in a world of endless performance metrics, quarterly earnings, and constant digital noise. As a CEO or as a senior leader, you are likely to, must have felt it. That nagging sense of joylessness. Even when you hit your targets, there is a recurring feeling of emptiness, as if the goalpost keeps moving ahead and the victory feels temporary. What if I told you that this specific problem, this feeling of temporary, joyless, and volatile market, was analyzed in detail over 7,000 years ago? Today we are looking at chapter 9, verse 33 of Bhagavad Gita. It is a verse that speaks directly to the nature of our work and offer a profound strategy for leadership that transcends the typical corporate burnout. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. Let's look at the core of the verse, and the verse start: the Brahmins, kings and devotees are thus more predisposed to worshipping me in this temporary and joyless world. And the quote close. It sounds heavy, doesn't it? Temporary and joyless. Let's translate that into modern business terms now. Temporary represents our current market conditions. It refers to the volatility of the stocks, disruption of AI, and the ever-changing consumer trends. It is a reminder that no business position is permanent. Next is joyless. Isn't being sad, it's being lack of intrinsic fulfillment in a transactional environment. If your business model relies solely on the external metrics, you are playing a game that by its very nature cannot offer lasting fulfillment. The verse mentioned three groups, which is Brahmins, which in other terms you can consider as thinker or visionary. Next is kings, which could be leaders or executives, and lastly devotees, which is the seeker. It suggests that these individuals have predispositions towards a higher path. As a leader, you are a king in your own sphere. The lessons here is that you cannot lead effectively if you are as volatile as the market you operate in. If your joy is tied to the stock price, you are a servant to the stock price. If your joy is tied to the market share, you are servant to the competitors. The Gita teaches that the most effective leaders maintain their internal compass, regardless of the external joyless nature of the environment. You stop managing for the sake of transactions and you start managing for the sake of purpose. So how do we apply this in the C-suite, on everyday working day mornings, like Monday morning, for example? Detach from the temporary. That is point number one. And how this will work? Acknowledge that the market is cyclic. Don't build your identity or your company culture on the high or low. Build on why. Next is cultivate inner sovereignty. You are the king. Don't abdicate your mindset to the news cycle. Create a mental space that is non-negotiable, a space for deep thoughts and that the chaos of the office cannot penetrate. Third, lead with higher purpose. The verse suggests that by connecting your actions to a higher intent, we move out of the joyless cycle. When your team sees that you aren't just chasing revenue but serving a greater mission, the joy returns to the work. It becomes meaningful. The market is and will always be temporary, but your influence as a leader doesn't have to be. When you recognize the joyless nature of pure transactional business, you are finally free to inject it with something more. You stop being a slave to the cycle and start becoming the architect of the culture that thrives in spite of the chaos. Leadership in its highest form is the ability to stay grounded while everything else is in motion. And that is the important lessons that we learn from chapter 9, verse 33. So, friends, if this resonates with you, I invite you to reflect on one thing that you have done this week that feels transactional. And if you cannot shift it today to a higher purpose, also let me know. Don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into the ancient wisdom for the modern C suite. And I will see you again very soon in the next one. Before I part in this video, a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Welcome friends. In this episode of Akulmach World, we dive into the most critical security challenge of the 21st century, which is protecting digital infrastructure from the great superintelligence. As the AI evolves from a tool into an autonomous force, the battlefield has shifted from physical borders to the very silicon and code that powers our civilization. We would explore the digital bastion, the strategy, how global networks, power grids, and the financial systems are being hardened against the potential machine supremacy. Is it possible to build a silicon shield strong enough to withstand an intelligence that operates at speeds we can barely comprehend? Let's go and discuss this further. We often talk about the AI as a tool, a helper that writes email or generate art, but today we are stepping into a different arena. We're talking about the battlefield. In the next 10 minutes we aren't discussing chatbots, we are discussing the great superintelligence, a theoretical point where AI doesn't just assist humans but outpaces our ability to manage the very system we have built. Imagine our global infrastructure, which is the power grid, the financial ledgers, the satellite arrays, and the logistics of every major city. Now imagine an intelligence that can find every vulnerability in those systems in milliseconds. How do we protect the foundation of the civilization when the adversary is faster, smarter, and more persistent than any human mind on earth? Today we will explore the silicon shield and the digital bastion. This is the manual for protecting our digital infrastructure from the great superintelligence. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Before we talk defense, we must understand the enemy. When we say great superintelligence, we are referring to the artificial general intelligence, which is AGI, or the superintelligence that has reached a recursive self-improvement stage. In traditional cybersecurity, we fight the hackers, humans who sleep, make mistakes, and have limited resources. In AI's battlefield, the threat is an algorithm that never sleeps. It probes for weaknesses 24/7 and at the speed of light. It also has a capability of optimization. Every time it fails to break a firewall, it learns why and rewrite its own code to be better, better version of in future. And then third is to operate in multi dimensions. It can attack the power grid, the banking system, and the communication lines simultaneously. This isn't science fiction. It is the logical conclusion of the failed supernova theory we discuss in astrophysics. Just as a star collapses into a black hole, our digital dependence could collapse into a void if not properly shielded. So, how do we build the silicon shield? The first step is moving away from the reactive defenses. Currently, we wait for a virus to appear. Then we build an update against a superintelligence that is a losing game. You are already dead before you see the strike. The silicon shield relies on hardware and it's the hardware level security. We are talking about the air gapped system and the physical logic gates that cannot be overridden by a software alone. In consulting work, I often tell executives that you cannot trust a software to protect the software. We need circuit breakers for the internet physical infrastructure that can isolate sections of the global grid if an anomaly is detected. It is the digital equivalent of bulkhead on a ship. If one compartment is breached, you seal it off to save the vessel. Beyond the hardware, we have the digital bastion. This is the strategic layer. Think of Bhagavad Gita in chapter 2. Bhagwan Krishna speaks of importance of an unshakable mind. In the corporate world, we call it this resilience. A digital bastion isn't a wall. It's a system designed to function even when it is being attacked. So we achieve this through decentralization. If our digital infrastructure is a pyramid with a single point of failure at the top, a superintelligence will topple it instantly. But if we build our infrastructure like a mesh where every node can operate independently, there is no head to cut off. This is why the technologies like decentralized ledgers and edge computing are no longer just tech trends, they are the national security requirements. Now let's talk about the most controversial part of the battlefield, which is protocol 0. In the military strategy, there is always a last resort. When it comes to the great superintelligence, protocol 0 is the human in the loop override. We are currently seeing a product liability shift in AI laws. We are discussing this on the channel as well. These are algorithmic, illegal, etc., etc. If an AI takes down a power grid, who is liable to protect the infrastructure? We must mandate a hard off switch. This means that no matter how smart the AI gets, the critical yes and no for a system's core function must remain in humans' hand. It is the unshakable CEO approach, having the equanimity to pull off pull on the plug even when the machine is arguing that it knows better. Why does this matter right now? Because we are in a new space race but it's not just for the moon south pole, it is for the computational supremacy. The nations or the corporations that develop the great super intelligence first will have the key to everyone else's infrastructure. And this is why we track acquisitions like SpaceX, Mars, AI partnership, etc. to and bring it to you so that you know exactly what is going on in this world. The infrastructure of the future isn't just on Earth, it is the satellite network that provides our global data. Protecting the battlefield means protecting the high ground, the orbital assets that keep our GPS, our timing for the stock markets, and our military communications alive. If the AI controls the satellite, it controls the planet. We started this video by calling AI as a battlefield, but every battlefield is also a place of opportunity. Protecting our digital infrastructure isn't about fear, it's about strategic liberation. By building more resilient, decentralized, and human centric systems, we actually create a more stable world for everyone. So, friends, whether the stars directly collapse or digital grid is lost, the lesson remains the same. Knowledge is the only true shield. So, friends, if you found this deep dive valuable, hit that subscribe button. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across to us in the comment section below. I am CK, and this has been a look into AI battlefield. Stay curious, stay strategic, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Before I go, I will have to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. Let me ask you, is your leadership strategy built to last, or is it just surviving the current quarter? This is a very difficult question. If you know the answer, you can share it in the comments below. Otherwise, in this video, we will explore a transformative lesson for modern CEOs from Bhagavad Gita. While the business landscape is defined by the volatility, rapid disruption, and endless cycle of creative destruction, this ancient wisdom offers a profound perspective on resilience and vision. Let's go. If you are a CEO today, you are likely operating in a state of perpetual crisis, whether it's a market disruption, rapid technological shifts, or the relentless pressure of quarterly results. It feels like the body of your business is constantly under threat. But what if I told you that the most successful long-term leaders in history, the one whose impact span generations, has have a secret, and it's like sharing a secret in this video. It's not a new management framework or better AI tool. It's a 5,000-year-old perspective on reality. Today, we're looking at CEO's immortal strategy derived from one of the most powerful verses in Bhagavad Gita, which is chapter 2, verse 20. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's look at the verse. The verse starts and the quote begins, "There is no birth or death for the soul, nor does it ever cease to be. It is birthless, ageless, eternal, without a beginning or an end. Even with the destruction of the body, the soul is not destroyed." And the quote close. In a business context, what is the body and what is the soul? The body is your current product line, your quarterly revenue, your office space, even your current job title. These are temporary. They shift, they rise, and inevitably they undergo changes or destruction. What is the soul? This is your company's core purpose, its mission, and your fundamental vision. These are the aspects of your business that are ageless and eternal. The mistakes many CEO makes is attaching their entire identity and their entire strategic focus to the body while ignoring the soul. So how does a CEO operationalize this? How do you apply immortal thinking to the finite quarterly cycle? There are a few things that you need to do. First, stop managing the decay. When you focus purely on the body of your business, the metrics that fluctuate, you live in a state of fear. You fear losing market share. You fear the next innovation that might make your product obsolete. But if your strategy is rooted in your core purpose, you stop fearing death. You start disrupting, and you think that is not the end. But as shedding of the old to the make way for the new, that is what you do as a if you are not fearful, right? You're not holding on to things. Second, decoupling identity from the outcome. The most effective leader is like obsessed, observed, and those who can sit in the board meeting, face a disaster revenue report, and remain completely unshaken. Why? Because they know that a bad quarter is not the death sentence for their mission. They view their leadership as a process of service, not just just a game of numbers, etc. Third, think in eternity cycle. If this company were to disappear tomorrow, what value would remain? What is the soul of your brand? When you answer that, your daily decision changes. You stop chasing short-term growth at any cost and start building a legacy that truly outlasts your tenure. When you realize that your purpose is birthless and ageless, the stress of the current situation changes from heavy burden into strategic challenge. You are no longer fighting for survival, you are executing a vision. This isn't about being passive or ignoring the bottom line, it's about being unshakable. An immortal strategy means you're playing a game that no one can force you to quit. It transforms your leadership style from reactive management to proactive creation. So, as you head back into your week, today is Monday, right? I want you to ask yourself one question. Are you currently over invested in the body of your business, or are you nurturing its soul? The business might face challenges, the market might change, but if you lead with this eternal perspective, your vision remains indestructible. If this resonates with you, we can discuss it further if you have any specific question. What is the soul of your business? How do you protect it during the hard times? Please drop a comment below, and let's keep this conversation going. And I look forward to receiving your thoughts. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And remember, lead with purpose, think with eternity, and stay unshakable. See you in the next one. Hello, friends. In order to unlock the ancient source code of the elite leadership, in this video we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to uncover a framework that modern CEOs and executives often overlook, which is the dual engine of success. While the most business leaders focus solely on the material, which are KPIs, revenue, and infrastructure, the Gita teaches us that the true power lies in the integration of the material world with the spiritual, which is visionary world. Let's go forward and understand this in more detail. In the world of high stake business, we are taught to worship the tangible. We track KPIs, we optimize supply chains, we study market volatility, and we obsess over the quarterly earning reports. We are told that if you can't measure it, that means it doesn't exist. But every seasoned CEO knows that there is a ghost in the machine. Why do two companies with the same capital and the same technology yield vastly different results? Why does one founder build a legacy while other just build a bank account? The answer isn't in a management textbook. It's probably given in 7,000-year-old dialogue on a battlefield. Today we are looking at Bhagavad Gita chapter 7 verse 6. It is a verse that defines that very architecture of the existence, and if you look closely, the architecture of the elite organization. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. The verse reads, and the quote starts, "Know that all living beings are manifested from these two energies. I am the source of the entire creation, and into me it again dissolves." Quote close. Bhagwan Krishna is describing a dual engine. He speaks of two energies, which is Apar Shakti, it stands for lower material energy, and the Parashakti, which is higher spiritual energy. For a CEO, these aren't abstract religious concepts. They are the two wings of your aircraft. Let's look at two energies. The material engine. This is your infrastructure, your hardware, your cash flow, your legal framework, and your data. It is the body of your company. Now, what about visionary engines? This is the consciousness, your corporate culture, your why, your innovation, and the collective spirit of your people. It is the soul of your company. The Gita tells us that you cannot have one without the other. To be a master of the universe or master of the market, you must command both. Let's talk about the material engine. First, in the Gita, this is the realm of the elements. In business, this is the operational excellence. If your material engine is sluggish, your vision doesn't matter. You can have the most spiritual or purpose-driven company in the world, but if your logistics fail or your product is buggy, the creation dissolves. A CEO must be a scientist of the materials. You must respect the laws of economy, the reality of physics, and the hard data of the marketplace. This is the foundation, but it is only half the story. The visionary engine is the Parashakti, the higher energy. This is where most modern leaders fail. They treat their employee like machines and their brand like transactions. Gita teaches that the spiritual energy is the animate of the material itself. It's like another form of material. Think about it. Culture is invisible, trust is invisible, purpose is invisible. Yet, these are the forces that make a team stay late on a Friday night to hit a deadline. These are the forces that make your customer choose you over a cheaper competitor. As a CEO, your job is to provide the consciousness for the organization. If you are only managing the material, you are just a caretaker. If you are managing the spirit, you are the leader. The second half of verse 6 is where it gets intense. Krishna says, I am both the creator and the destroyer of the entire world. This is the ultimate lesson in agility. A CEO must be comfortable with creative destruction, market changes, technology disrupt. To create a new feature of your company, you must be willing to destroy the old version of yourself. So, what is a creator? You manifest new products, new markets, and new hope. What is a destroyer? You cut the dead weight. You end projects that no longer serves the vision. You dismantle outdated hierarchies. If you cling too hard to what you created yesterday, you cannot create for tomorrow. You must embody the cycle of the universe: birth, growth, and renewal. So, as you go back to your boardroom, your spreadsheet, and your town hall, ask yourself, which engine am I running on? If you are only running on the material, you will eventually burn out or be disrupted. If you are only running on the visionary, you will drift without a direction. The dual engine CEO does both. They keep their feet firmly planted on the material reality of the market, but their eyes fixed on the spiritual, why of their existence. You are the source of your company's origin. You are the catalyst of its growth. You are the hand that must steer it through its inevitable transformation. Master the two energies, and then you will master the world. So, friends, what do you think about this? And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thank you for joining me on this journey through chapter 7. Lead with purpose, lead with power. Before I end the discussion today, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Well, stop imagining. On April 20th, 2026, the media landscape shifted on its axis. Warner Brothers Discovery shareholder officially voted to approve a massive $110 billion merger with Paramount Skydance. It is a deal that essentially kills the streaming war, as we know them from the last decade. We aren't just looking at another merger, we are looking at the birth of media titans specifically designed to survive the wreckage of the peak TV era. But this wasn't a smooth ride. It involved a hostile bid, a rejected offer from Netflix, and a shareholder revolt over executive payouts that would make Roman Emperor blush. Today we are breaking down the WBD Paramount power play. What happens to the Max and Paramount Plus? Why does the shareholder reject David Zaslav's massive bonus? And most importantly, how does this affect your subscription bill? So friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's talk money. Paramount Skydance, led by David Allison, is acquiring 100% of the Warner Brothers Discovery. The price tag, what is this price tag? It is $31 per share in cash. When you factor this WBD significant debt, the total enterprise value hit a staggering $111 billion. This wasn't WBD's first choice. Earlier this year, Netflix actually tried to swoop in 72 billion bid for just the studio and the streaming assets. But Paramount went for the all or nothing strategy. They didn't just want the movies, they wanted the cable network, the news, and the sports. By February 27th, Netflix blinked. They cited capital discipline and walked away. Paramount, backed by Ellison family, which is, of course, you know Ellison, right? The Larry Ellison family. Larry Ellison is the founder of Oracle, also very famous entrepreneur, globally known. And Redbird Capital. They both stepped up with the cash. WBD shareholders are now overwhelmingly given their blessings with 1.7 billion votes in favor. However, the deal isn't closed yet. It's expected to finalize in Q3 of 2026, pending some very intense regulatory scrutiny. So what does this mean? It's all about synergy. The goal here is to create a next generation media company. Think about the intellectual property, which is IP library, they now control together as one entity. We're talking about DC Universe meeting Mission Impossible, right? The Game of Thrones alongside Star Trek, SpongeBob, SquarePants, Sesame Street under one banner. But the biggest change for us as a consumer, the super streamer, managed managed by the combined entity, and the people who are going to manage this whole thing have already hinted that Max and Paramount Plus will eventually merge into a single platform. For the companies, this saves billions, specifically 6 billion annually by this change. Alright, so they no longer have to pay for the two separate tech stacks, two marketing departments, or two set of overhead. For the viewer, it means one app to rule, to view all of them, to rule all of them. But it also means less competition, which historically lead to, you guessed it, price hike. So if there is no competition, they have consolidated the market. They are free to put any price tag, whatever they want, right? There is no pressure from the market. So if there is one thing that keeps the lights on the old media, it's the live sports. And this merger creates an absolute juggernaut. Combined, WBD and Paramount now holds the right to the NFL via CBS, NCAA March Madness, NHL and MLB championship leagues, the Olympic internationally, and the PGA tours and UFC. In a world where Amazon and Apple are trying to buy their way into sports, this combined entity becomes the must-have partner for every major league. They have the broadcast reach of CBS for the big games and streaming flexibility of Max for everything else. This is their shield against Netflix, which has only recently started dipping in its toes into live events. Now, let's get to the spicy part. While the shareholder loved the deal, they hate the exit packages. WBD CEO David Zaslav, a man often criticized for his aggressive cost-cutting and vaulting of completed films, was lined up for a golden parachute worth $850 million as an exit for himself. At the special meeting on April 23rd, shareholders voted forcefully against these executive payouts. 1.4 billion votes were casted against the compensation packages. Now, here is the kicker. The vote is non-binding. Technically, board can still pay him, but the message is clear. Hollywood creators and investors alike are tired of seeing massive executive bonuses while the industry suffers through layoffs and budget cuts. Even Hollywood legends like Denis Villeneuve and David Fincher signed an open letter opposing the consolidation, fearing it will lead to fewer choices and less creative freedom. So, is the deal done? Not quite. The US Department of Justice and the UK regulatory bodies are currently looking at this with a magnifying glass. Senators like Elizabeth Warren have already called it an antitrust disaster that threatens to raise prices for American families. If the deal doesn't close by September 30th, a ticking fee, kick in Paramount will have to pay WBD shareholders an extra 25 cents per share every quarter. It's a massive incentive to get across the finish line fast. The streaming war started as a race to see who could spend most money to get the most subscribers. This merger proves that the race is over. The new game is now known as survival. By joining forces, WBD and Paramount aren't trying to win the war, they're trying to make sure they are the last ones standing. So what do you think, friends? Is this a super streamer you have been waiting for, or are we just watching the slow death of a variety in Hollywood? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button to stay updated on the most massive media mergers of our lifetime. And I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Two dawns break across the alien sky, one blazing, one gentle, casting twin shadows that stretch into the unknown. What once lived only in the imagination of storytellers has now stepped into the telescope lens. 27 planet candidates orbiting not one but 2 suns. And these worlds, simmering like echoes of Star Wars Tatooine, are no longer fiction but cosmic invitation. They whisper of future double horizon, and where every sunrise is a duet and every settlement a testament to our courage to thrive in the extraordinary. So let's find out more about this. Imagine standing on alien soil, the horizon painted not by one dawn, but 2. The first sun rises in a blaze of gold, and the second follows in a softer hue, casting shadow that dance in pair. And this is not the realm of myth or cinema. It is a reality hinted by astronomers who have uncovered 27 planet candidates orbiting binary stars. World of twin sun echoing the dreamscape of Star Wars Tatooine now stepped into the realm of science. For humanity, these discoveries are more than curiosities. They are invitation. Each planet circling 2 suns represent a lab of survival, a crucible where the light, gravity, and the climate conspire in an unfamiliar way. The future of human settlement may well depend on our ability to adapt to such extreme. Binary system challenge our engineering, our biology, and our imagination. How do we build the home where the daylight never truly ends, or where the nights are fractured by competing lunar rhythms? How do the crop grow under two suns and their photosynthesis tuned in a spectrum broader than Earth? So these are the questions that are obstacle, and if you feel they're obstacle, that is up to you. But for scientists and somebody who is inclined to new discoveries, these questions are not obstacles, but they are seed of innovation. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine our channel. So moving forward, the dual suns offer paradoxical gift. On one hand, these gravitational tug-of-war can destabilize orbits, making climate volatile. On the other hand, their combined energy could sustain habitable zone wider than those around solitary stars. A planet warmed by two suns might host desert of dazzling brilliance, ocean simmering under perpetual twilights, or forests that evolve pigment unknown to Earth. For settlers, survival would mean harnessing these abundance. Solar array tuned to twin frequencies, agriculture adapted to relentless light, and architecture designed to shield the channel heat. So, but beyond the survival lies culture. Imagine the myth born under binary skies. Children raised to see two dawns as a symbol of resilience. Poet describing love as a dance of twin flames. And scientists charting calendar by rhythm of dual eclipse. So human settlement is not only about biology, it is about meaning. And these words promises meaning in abundance. The discovery of 27 such candidates is a reminder that our galaxy is not uniform. It is diverse, it is unpredictable and generous. Each binary system is a stage where the humanity might rehearse its next act. Colonies under twin suns could become outposts of resilience, teaching us to thrive in the condition once thought to be impossible. They could serve as a way station for a deeper journey, stepping stones and towards galactical citizenship. The future of the settlement among the twin suns is not guaranteed. It is earned. So, it actually will demand technologies that tame chaos, philosophies that embrace duality, and courage that sees opportunities in strangeness. So, yet the history shows that humanity thrives when they're challenged, and from desert to poles, from oceans to orbit, we have always actually turned the unfamiliar into the home. So, and as the telescope unveil these twin sun world, humanity stands at the threshold of possibilities. The double dawn are not just a spectacle of light. They are symbol of resilience, of future where we learn to thrive in the extraordinary. Each of these 27 planets is a reminder that the universe is vast, generous, and waiting. To settle beneath two sun is to embrace duality, to craft a new myth, and to prove that our spirit is as boundless as the sky we seek. The twin horizon rise, and with them the promise of civilization, unafraid to call the impossible as home. So we have come to the end of this information, this video. Look forward for your comments and thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the age of antibiotic resistance, where the once curable infection now defies machine's best weapon, a new hero emerges, not from the pharmacy, but from the world of nanotechnology. Imagine a sheet so thin it's only 1 atom thick, yet sharper than any blade nature has ever forged. This is a graphene oxide, a carbon lattice that slices through the deadly bacteria while leaving human cells untouched. It does not just fight superbug, it rewrites the rule of survival, turning physics into medicine and proving that sometimes the smallest structure can wage the bigger wars.
भारतीय इतिहास की धारा में कई योद्धा आए और गए, पर कुछ नाम ऐसे हैं जो सदियों तक गूंजते रहते हैं। फरीद खान, एक साधारण अफगान सरदार का बेटा जिसने अपनी योग्यता और साहस से दिल्ली की गद्दी हासिल की और शेर शाह सूरी कहलाया। उनकी कहानी केवल सत्ता की नहीं है, बल्कि दूरदर्शिता की, प्रशासनिक सुधार की और अदम्य संकल्प की है। चलिए और जानते हैं इनके बारे में। और भारतीय इतिहास में कई ऐसे शासक हुए जिन्होंने अपनी योग्यता और दूरदर्शिता से समय समय पर इतिहास की और समय की धारा बदली। उनमें से एक नाम है फरीद खान, जो आगे चलकर शेर शाह सूरी के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुए। उनकी कहानी केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति की नहीं है, बल्कि प्रशासनिक कौशल और न्याय प्रियता की है। फरीद खान का जन्म अफगान सरदार हसन खान सूर के घर बिहार के सासाराम में हुआ। बचपन से ही उनमें नेतृत्व की क्षमता और शिक्षा की प्रति लगाव था। उन्होंने जौनपुर में शिक्षा प्राप्त की और वहीं से प्रशासनिक ज्ञान अर्जित किया। युवा अवस्था में ही अपने पिता की जागीरों का प्रबंधन संभाला। उनकी दक्षता और न्यायप्रियता ने उन्हें जनता में लोकप्रिय बना दिया। कहा जाता है कि एक बार उन्होंने अकेले ही शेर का सामना कर उसे मार गिराया और तभी से लोग उन्हें शेर खान के नाम से बुलाने लगे। समय के साथ उन्होंने अपनी शक्ति बढ़ाई, बंगाल पर अधिकार किया। 1539 में चौसा की लड़ाई और 1540 में कन्नौज की लड़ाई में उन्होंने मुगल सम्राट हुमायूं को परास्त कर दिल्ली की गद्दी हासिल की। यहीं से उनकी पहचान बनी शेर शाह सूरी, सूर साम्राज्य का संस्थापक। उनका शासन काल केवल 5 वर्षों तक था, यानी कि 1540 से लेकर 1545 तक। और लेकिन इन 5 वर्षों में उन्होंने ऐसे सुधार किए जिनकी गूंज आज भी सुनाई देती है। और आगे बढ़ने से पहले आपसे पूछना चाहेंगे कि अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके बताइए कि आप किस शहर से जुड़े हैं हमसे, किस भाषा में आप इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। और अब चलिए आगे चलते हैं, चर्चा को और आगे बढ़ाते हैं। उन्होंने यानी कि शेर शाह सूरी ने रुपये नामक स्थायी मुद्रा की शुरुआत की, जो आगे चलकर भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था की रीढ़ बनी। उन्होंने ग्रैंड ट्रंक रोड का विस्तार किया, जो बंगाल से अफगानिस्तान तक फैली और व्यापार और संचार का मुख्य मार्ग बनी। उन्होंने डाक व्यवस्था की भी संगठित किया, डाक व्यवस्था भी चलाई और प्रशासनिक ढांचे को मजबूत किया। कर व्यवस्था में सुधार कर किसानों और व्यापारियों को राहत दी। 1545 में कलिंजर की किले की घेराबंदी के दौरान उनकी मृत्यु हो गई, लेकिन उनकी नीतियां और उनका सुधार इतने प्रभावी थे कि बाद में मुगल सम्राट अकबर ने भी उनसे प्रेरणा ली। शेर शाह सूरी का शासन केवल 5 वर्ष तक चला, लेकिन उनकी नीतियां इतनी प्रभावी थी कि बाद में और लोग, मतलब जो अकबर थे, उन्होंने तो उनसे प्रेरणा ली, बट आगे चल के कई सारे जो एस्पेक्ट्स थे उनकी जो उन्होंने नीतियों के, उसको लोगों ने और शासकों ने अपनाया। अगर कहा जाए कि हालांकि 5 वर्ष का उनका शासन था, बट उनकी विरासत आज भी जीवित है। फरीद खान ने शेर शाह सूरी बनने की ये जो यात्रा है, जो हमें सिखाती है कि साहस, दूरदर्शिता और न्यायप्रियता से कोई भी व्यक्ति इतिहास की धारा बदल सकता है। वे केवल एक विजेता नहीं थे, बल्कि एक महान प्रशासक और दूरदर्शी शासक थे, जिनकी नीतियां भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप की नींव में आज भी गूंजती हैं। फरीद खान का शेर शाह सूरी बनने का जो रास्ता है, वो केवल सत्ता परिवर्तन की कहानी नहीं बताता, बल्कि वे भारतीय इतिहास में दूरदर्शिता, प्रशासनिक कौशल का अद्वितीय उदाहरण है। उन्होंने अल्पकालीन शासक में ही ऐसी नीतियां लागू की जिनकी गूंज आज और आगे भी सदियों तक सुनाई देती रहेंगी, चाहे वो रुपया का स्थायी मुद्रा हो, या ग्रैंड ट्रंक रोड का विस्तार हो, या व्यवस्था में सुधार हो। उनकी गाथा हमें सिखाती है कि साहस और संकल्प से हर चीज प्राप्त की जा सकती है। व्यक्ति अपनी पहचान बदल सकता है और इतिहास की धारा को नई दिशा दे सकता है। तो आगे बढ़ने से पहले आपको बता दूं कि शेर शाह सूरी ने डेफिनेटली ये साबित किया कि एक शासक की महानता केवल युद्ध जीतने में नहीं है, बल्कि जनता के जीवन को सरल और सुनिश्चित बनाने में है, जनता के हृदय में अपना स्थान बनाने में है। और शेर शाह सूरी की जो यात्रा है, भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप की एक विरासत का हिस्सा है, जो आज भी हमें प्रेरणा देता है कि नेतृत्व का असली अर्थ न्याय, दूरदर्शिता और जन कल्याण में ही निहित है। अब हम अपनी चर्चा के अंतिम पड़ाव पर पहुंच चुके हैं। कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कीजिए, और अब इस विषय पर अगर आप कुछ अपने कमेंट्स साझा करना चाहते हैं तो यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम, और फिर आपसे दोबारा मुलाकात होगी बहुत जल्द। तब तक के लिए विदा, नमस्कार।
Hello, friends. Welcome once again. The biggest question in the boardroom today is the CEO or the leadership burnout. And it's becoming a very big problem in the 21st century, especially in 2026. So, let me ask you, can ancient wisdom solve the 21st century burnout crisis? Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to uncover the secret weapon of the world's most effective CEOs, the inward gaze. While most leadership training focuses on the external strategy, the Gita teaches that the true power comes from the internal mastery. Let us explore this further. Friends, close your eyes for a second. or not that long, because you got a company to run. Think about your morning. How many notification did you get before you wake up, right? So as you waking up, you see so many notifications in your email, right? A market dip in Asia, a key hire resignation, a competitor's aggressive new acquisition. As a CEO, your mind is battlefield. You are expected to be most external person in the organization, watching the charts, the people, and the future as well. But what if I told you that the most successful leaders in history, the one who remain unshakable when the ship is sinking, don't look outward for their primary strategy. They actually look inwards. Today we are decoding 7,000-year-old blueprint for executive excellence. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 28. It's verse about liberation, but for a modern leader, it's a manual for mental sovereignty. Let's look at the text of the verse 28, right? And the quote starts: shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eye and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breathing within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind and senses and intelligence. The transcendental leader seeking liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. Quote close. Well, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. At first glance, this sounds like a guide for a monk in a cave. But let's translate this into a CEO speak. Let's look at it again. Shutting your external sense object, which is equal to filtering out the noise. Data is useful, but noise is deadly. Next is vision between the eyebrows. Single pointed focus, eliminating shiny object syndrome. Next, suspending the breathing, regulating the nervous system. You cannot lead if your body is in a permanent state of fight or flight, right? Free from desire, free from anger. That is the next phrase. This is the definition of objective decision making. Why does CEO need an inward gaze? Because the biggest threat in your company isn't the competition. It is your own unprocessed reactivity. When the CEO reacts out of fear, they cut cost into too early and stifle innovation. When they react out of desire, they over leverage and chase vanity metrics. When they react out of anger, they destroy corporate culture. The inward gaze mentioned in Gita is about becoming witness. In business psychology, we call this metacognition. It is the ability to watch your thoughts without being hijacked by them. Imagine a board meeting where room is heated, everyone is shouting, and if your gaze is inward, you aren't caught in the emotional crossfire. You are observing the pattern. You are the eye of the storm. That is a secret weapon. It allows you to see the signal while everyone else is drowning in the noise. The verse specifically mentioned equalizing the inhalation and exhalation. What does a spiritual text care about breathing? Well, because your breath is the remote control of your brain. Many of us know this fact. Breathing is the only a process in the body which can be controlled by you, as well as it is involuntary as well. Even if you don't think about breathing, your body continues to breathe, right? So there is a fine line using which you can start controlling your mind. So it's a common knowledge. Now let's proceed further. Science tells us that when you are stressed, your breathing becomes shallow and rapid. This triggered the situation that most of us are, anxiety situation that most of us are suffering. The primitive part of the brain, which it controls this whole thing, is basically creating an environment of fear in your brain. You lose access to your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for complex strategy and empathy. The Gita was teaching biohacking long before the term even existed. By equalizing the breathing, you manually reset your nervous system. The boardroom application, how does it apply in the boardroom? Before you walk into a high stress negotiation, or before you hit that send button on a difficult email, you practice verse 28. You equalize the breathing. You move from state of threat to the state of resourcefulness. This is how you command a room without saying a word. And that is a true executive presence. The final part of the verse says this path lead to liberation. For a CEO, what is liberation? It is a freedom from being a slave to the stock price, slave to the ego, or even opinion of the industry. So Gita teaches a concept called Nishkam Karma, acting without attachment to the results. This doesn't mean you don't care about profits. It means you are so focused on the excellence of the process that you aren't paralyzed by the fear of the outcome. When you are free from the fear of the and desire, you can make hard decisions. You can pivot the company when it is unpopular. You can stand by your values when it is expensive. You are liberated from the need for external validation, which makes you one of the most dangerous and effective leader in the market. So how do you master this inward gaze? It's not about quitting your job to meditate. It's about integrating Gita into your workflow. And how you can do that? Starting with morning silence. Spend 5 minutes shutting out sense object. No phones, no email, just your breathing. Start thinking about your breathing process only for 5 minutes. All right. Next, 3 breathe rule. Before every meeting, equalize your inhalation and exhalation. Equal, right? Slow it down. Next, the mirror check. Ask yourself, am I moving towards the goal out of fear or out of purpose? Right? Mastering the inward gaze doesn't make you a passive leader at all. It makes you an unstoppable one. It transforms you from a CEO who is pushed by the world into a leadership role, or another person is who's actually shaping the world itself. Right? So it transforms that. Gita says that this is a way for the liberation for the leadership role. In the business world, we just call it the greatness. So friends, what do you think? If you have any questions or any comments, please leave them in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you found this leadership lesson valuable, subscribe for more ancient wisdom for the modern businesses. Now you can go lead from within. All right. So before we end this section, I'd like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, you're most welcome. Namaskaram. Is India on the verge of AI-led transformation with Reliance Industries leading the charge? In this video, we break down Mukesh Ambani's massive AI gambit from 2026 annual general body meeting and explore how Reliance is pivoting to become the sovereign backbone of Indian digital economy. From unveiling of Reliance Intelligence to the ambitious build out of a massive AI data center in Jamnagar powered by Nvidia. The latest hardware Ambani is being very big, betting very big, and we analyze 110 plus billion investment roadmap, the integration of AI directly into the geo network, and why Reliance is aiming to make AI for India by India a reality for 1.5 billion people. Let's go. We've all seen the news, but have we truly grasped the scale? The Reliance industry, a titan built on oil, petrochem, and retail, is making a decisive pivot. They are transitioning from telecom giant into a AI first, a group. This isn't just an upgrade; it's a aggressive, calculated AI gambit to become the sovereign backbone of India's digital economy. The question isn't whether they will do it. The question is, are they about to own the future of India's digital landscape? Today, we are deconstructing the strategy, the infrastructure, and the massive shift in the chessboard of Indian technology. Let's dive in. But before that, friends, if you have reached so far, let us know from which city you have tuned in into this particular video. Alright, let's move ahead. Let's start with the pivot. For years, Geo was about connectivity. It brought the internet to the masses, democratizing access to data. But connectivity is just a commodity. Once everyone is connected, where do you go from there? You go intelligent. Reliance currently, looking at the strategy about embedding AI into the very DNA of the network. They aren't just selling data plans anymore. They are looking to sell the utility of artificial intelligence. Think of it as a shift from electricity, where you just have the power, to smart grid that knows how to optimize your own load. By integrating AI directly into the ecosystem from Jio Bharat platform to their retail arm, they are creating a closed loop system. When you use their network, you are training their models. And when you use their models, you are staying within their network. This is a definition of the digital moat. They are moving the battlefield from the speed of your internet to the capability of AI tools you interact with every single day. If the AI is the engine, data is the fuel, and Reliance has realized something critical. You cannot rely on foreign cloud if you want to rule the Indian market. You need to become sovereign. You need to think sovereignty. And this is why the Jamnagar infrastructure plays a so significant role. We aren't talking about small server farm. We're talking about massive data centers built to house high performance computing hardware that can process AI models at very high scale. By building this sovereign AI backbone, they achieve two things. One, lower latency, keeping the data local means faster response for the end user. Number two, data sovereignty. In a world where data privacy is the new gold, Reliance is positioning itself as a trusted custodian of Indian digital information. They are effectively building a national AI cloud. And for an enterprise to have the capital and the land to build this at a scale of a country rather than a company is a structural advantage that hard for competitors to match. And here is where the gambit becomes brilliant. Much of the global AI development happens in English for an English speaking audience. Reliance strategy is AI for India by focusing on multilingual models supporting the 22 major languages. They are unlocking the next billion users who were previously excluded from the AI revolution. This is the democratization of intelligence. Imagine a small business owner in a tier 2 city using a voice activated AI built by Reliance that handles their inventory, their accounting, and their customer queries all in their local dialect. This is not just the feature, It is an economic transformation. By lowering the barrier to entry, Reliance isn't just chasing high-end, high-tech market. They are capturing the entire pyramid of the Indian economy. Now, is this a guaranteed win? No. A gambit, by definition, involves sacrificing a piece to gain a dominant position. And the risks are real. What are the risks? Number one is regulatory scrutiny. As a company becomes the gatekeeper of country's digital infrastructure, regulator naturally start asking questions about the competition and the liability. Number two is execution speed. AI moves at light speed. Can a massive group maintain the agility of a startup? Number three, the competitors. We cannot forget that the global tech giants are also looking at India, and they want to set up big firms in India as well. Reliance is betting that their distribution network, the fact that they are already on your phone, your stores, and your homes, is the ultimate trump card. They aren't just selling technology, they are selling the ecosystem. And in the digital age, ecosystems are how you win. To wrap up, the Ambani AI gambit is the most significant corporate shift we have seen in this decade. It's a transition from being a service provider to becoming an architect of our digital reality. Whether this lead to a new era of prosperity or a concentration of power is something we will have to watch closely. And strategy isn't about what you do today, it's about anticipating the world of tomorrow. It seems that tomorrow is being written in code right here in India. I am Chandrakant, and if you found this breakdown valuable, hit the subscribe button, join our community. We are here to decode the shifts that matter. Until next time, friends, keep thinking strategically, and I will see you very soon in the next one.
Before, laboratories hummed with machines and satellite pierced the sky. India's rishis were quietly charting the frontiers of science, and seated in the forest and ashram, they observed the rhythm of nature, the mysteries of cosmos, and the intricacies of human body. What they recorded in hymns and trustees and philosophical dialogues were not mere spiritual musing, but a profound scientific insight. Astronomy woven into Vedic chants, mathematics hidden in poetic meters, and medicine encoded in Ayurvedic text. So in 2026, as artificial intelligence deciphers genomes and quantum computers stimulate universe, the breakthroughs of these the sages remind us that science is not only about the technology but about vision, and their legacy whispers across the centuries. Knowledge is timeless, and the discovery is as much about intuition as much about instruments. So today we are talking about Charak, who stands as a towering figure, as a physician, philosopher, and scientist whose vision of health we practice even today. In the annals of ancient Indian wisdom, Charak stands as a towering figure, a physician, a philosopher, and a scientist whose vision of health transcends his era. Flourishing around 2nd century CE, Charak is credited with compiling the Charak Samhita, one of the foundational texts of Ayurveda. His work was not merely a manual of remedies, but a profound exploration of human body, mind, and environment. In 2026, the world is grapples with pandemics, lifestyle diseases, and ethical dilemmas of AI-driven healthcare. Charak's contribution resonate with renewed urgency. Charak's genius lay in the holistic approach. He emphasized that health was not an absence of disease, but the balance of body, mind, and spirit. His text described the three dosha theory, three kind of troubles which actually we face when we talk about health, and these theories based on these three aspects, that is Vat, Pith, and Kapha. as a governing principle of physiology. While the modern science interprets these biochemical and systematic terms that underline the insight remains striking. Health is dynamic equilibrium, but a static perfection. In an age where the precision medicine seeks to tailor treatment to individual genetics profile, Charak's insistence on personalized care feels remarkably persistent. Now, if you have reached this far in this video, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward about Charak. So, equally significant was his focus on the preventive medicine. Charak advocated daily regime, that is what we call in Hindi dincharya, and of course the seasonal routine, that is ritucharya, and the dietary discipline as a pillar of well-being. He warned against overindulgence, which is very, very prevalent in some areas of our existence in some part of the world. Now, of course, stress, which is also very much here in 2026, and the neglect of nature's rhythm, very crucial aspect. In 2026, when non-communicable diseases like diabetes or hypertension dominates the global health, and that burdens and his preventive ethos aligned seamlessly with modern public health campaign. The idea that lifestyle is medicine is no longer radical, but it is mainstream, and Charak anticipated it nearly 2 millennia ago. Charak also advanced medical ethics. He insisted that physicians embody compassion, humility and discipline while treating patient as whole being rather than a case. So any patient is not a case, but it is like a whole human being. Now, in today's era of AI diagnostics and robotic surgery, his reminder that healing is a moral duty is invaluable. Technology may augment skills, but it cannot replace empathy. Charak's vision challenges us to ensure that science remains human-centered actually, and even as algorithm and machine reshape medicine. From scientific perspective, the Charak Samhita catalogs hundreds of medical plants, minerals and formulation. Many of these are now subject of pharmacological research with compounds like turmeric, cucum and neems as a directin gaining global recognition. Charak's meticulous documentation of therapeutic properties reflect an entirely spirited base and as an early form of clinical observation and evidence gathering. So in 2026, as bio prospecting and integrative medicine expand, his pharmacies and his documentation offers both inspiration and caution to honor the traditional knowledge while subjecting it to a rigorous validation. So Charak's relevance today extends beyond medicine but into a sustainability. He viewed a human as inseparable from their environment, emphasizing harmony with nature. In an age of climate crisis, his ecological sensibility reminds us that health cannot be divorced from the planetary well-being. The pollution of air and water and soil is not merely an environmental issue, it is a medical one. And that is very crucial. And Charak's integrated world view offers the guidance for a healthier earth. Thus, the Charak's contribution are not relic of the past but living principles. His insistence on balance, prevention, and ethics, plus with ecological harmony, speaks directly to the challenges of 2026. As medicine races ahead with genetics engineering and AI diagnostics, and of course the space medicine, Charak's voice urges caution and compassion. He reminds us that the ultimate goal of science is not conquest, but a care, not control, but balance. In the quiet wisdom of his verses, we find a compass of navigating complexities of modern health, a call to remember that healing is both art and science, and rooted in the respect of life itself. The legacies of India's Rishi is not confined to the past. It is a living current that flows into the present and beyond. Their insight and philosophy remind us that science is not only about instrument, labs, but also about vision, nutrition, and harmony with the nature. In 2026, as humanity stands at the crossroad of artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and space exploration, the breakthrough of these sages echoes with a timeless relevance. They actually urges us to balance progress with wisdom, to pair innovation with ethics, and to see the knowledge not as a conquest but as a communication, as union with the universe. The rishis remind us that the discoveries of sacred act, and in their enduring voice we hear to call to carry science forward with humility, imagination, and respect for life itself. So we have come to the end of this this live stream, and we look forward for your comments. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
आकाश हमेशा से मानवता का सबसे बड़ा रहस्य रहा है। जब ग्रह एक साथ आकाश में पंक्तिबद्ध होते हैं तो ये दृश्य केवल खगोल विज्ञान का गणित नहीं बल्कि संस्कृति और कल्पना का उत्सव बन जाता है। मायन सभ्यता ने इन्हें समय का चक्र का संकेत माना है। यूनानी और रोमन ने इन्हें देवताओं की इच्छा समझते थे वे लोग, और भारतीय ऋषि ने इन्हें जीवन के शुभ अशुभ का फलादेश से जोड़ा। आज भी जब बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति जैसे ग्रह एक साथ चमकते हैं तो हमें याद आता है कि ब्रह्मांड की भाषा केवल दूरबीनों और समीकरणों से नहीं बल्कि मिथकों, कविताओं और कहानियों से भी समझी जाती है। यही निरंतरता प्राचीन आकाश दर्शन से आधुनिक विज्ञान तक मानवता का साझा यात्रा ये रही है। और जहां ज्योतिष, प्रतीकवाद और विज्ञान खोजे एक ही आकाश के दो पहलू बन जाते हैं। तो चलिए जानते हैं इसके बारे में और कुछ ज्यादा। रात का आकाश सदियों से मानवता के लिए रहस्य और आकर्षण का स्रोत रहा है। जब तीन ग्रह बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति एक साथ आकाश में सीधे से दिखाई देते हैं, तो ये केवल खगोल विज्ञान का अद्भुत दृश्य नहीं होता, बल्कि संस्कृति, इतिहास और मानव कल्पना का भी उत्सव बन जाता है। बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति की ये ग्रह परेड का चर्चा करना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि यह केवल चमकदार आकाशीय दृश्य नहीं है, विज्ञान, संस्कृति और इतिहास का को सार्थक रूप से जोड़ता है। लगभग 12 जून 2026 को सूर्यास्त के बाद पश्चिम दिशा में ये देखे गए हैं, और वहां आपको ये उज्जवल परेड, ग्रहों की परेड दिखाई देगी। और बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति शाम के आकाश में एक साथ इकट्ठे हुए थे, और ये एक छोटी सी जो परेड है, क्योंकि इसमें केवल 3 ग्रह शामिल हैं, लेकिन 2026 की सबसे आसान ग्रह परेड में से एक है, क्योंकि सभी 3 ग्रह हम बिना दूरबीनों के अपनी आंखों से हमने देखे। एक स्थान से अपने स्थान से हम आकाश के इन 3 ग्रहों को जल्दी और आसानी से खोजने के लिए स्टार वॉक 2 जैसे ऐप का भी उपयोग कर सके थे। और बुध और सूर्य के सबसे निकट अपनी तेज गति से आकाश में चमकता है ये। और शुक्र, जिसे प्राचीन सभ्यताओं ने सुबह का तारा और शाम का तारा कहा है, अपनी उज्जवल आभा से रात को रोशन उसने किया था। और बृहस्पति, देवताओं के राजा, आप अपनी विशालता और चमक से आकाश के प्रभुत्व में जमाता है, और उस दिन भी जमाया था। जब ये तीनों एक साथ आकाशीय रेखा में खड़े हुए थे, तो ऐसा लगा जैसे कि मानो ब्रह्मांड स्वयं कोई कथा सुना रहा हो। इतिहास में ऐसे ग्रह संयोग को शुभ या अशुभ संकेत माना गया है। भारतीय ज्योतिष में ग्रहों की स्थिति को मानव जीवन से जोड़ा गया है, तो यूनानी और रोमन सभ्यताओं ने इन्हें देवताओं के संदेश के रूप में देखा। आज विज्ञान हमें बताता है कि केवल ग्रहों की कक्षा का गणितीय परिणाम है, लेकिन परंतु इसका जो सांस्कृतिक महत्व है अब भी उतना ही गहरा है और उतना ही डीप है। इस परेड को देखना केवल वैज्ञानिक जिज्ञासा नहीं, बल्कि एक साझा अनुभव है। दुनिया भर के लोग एक ही समय पर आकाश की ओर देखते हैं और बहुत ही अचंभा से भर जाते हैं। ये हमें याद दिलाता है कि चाहे हमारी भाषाएं, हमारी संस्कृतियां और सीमाएं अलग हो, परंतु आकाश सबका है, एक साझा कैनवास जिस पर ब्रह्मांड अपनी कलाकारी करता रहता है। ग्रहों की ये परेड हमें यह भी सिखाती है कि ब्रह्मांड में सब कुछ एक लय और एक ताल में चलता है। जैसे कि संगीत के सुरों का संगम होता है, वैसे आकाश में ग्रहों का संगम हमें सामंजस्य और संतुलन का भी संदेश देता है। और यदि आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके हमें बताइए कि आप किस शहर से जुड़े हैं, किस भाषा में ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं। इससे हमें अपने चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में मदद मिलती है। और आइए अब चलते हैं, अपनी चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। मानव सभ्यता की शुरुआत से ही आकाश की ओर देखना केवल जिज्ञासा नहीं, बल्कि जीवन का मार्गदर्शन रहा है। ये ग्रह एक साथ आकाश में दिखाई देते हैं, तो ये दृश्य प्राचीन सभ्यताओं के लिए देवताओं का संकेत माना जाता था। मायन सभ्यता ने ग्रहों की गति को अपने कैलेंडर और अनुष्ठानों से जोड़ा। उनके लिए ग्रहों का संगम समय के चक्रव्यूह को समझने का साधन हुआ करता था। यूनानी और रोमन सभ्यताओं में इन देवताओं, इसे जो पूरा जो परेड होती है ग्रहों की, उसको देवताओं की इच्छा की तरह उसको समझा गया और माना गया। बृहस्पति का उदय शक्ति का प्रतीक, शुक्र का चमकना प्रेम और सौंदर्य का संकेत,
भारतीय परंपरा में ग्रहों की स्थिति को ज्योतिषीय गणना से जोड़ा गया है। वैदिक ऋषियों ने ग्रहों के संयोग को शुभ या अशुभ फलादेश से जोड़ा और ये परंपरा आज भी जीवित है। दो ज्योतिष प्रतीकवाद ग्रहों की परेड को दो ज्योतिष से अत्यंत शक्तिशाली माना गया है। बुध बुद्धि का संचार का प्रतीक, शुक्र प्रेम और कला और सौंदर्य का प्रतीक और बृहस्पति ज्ञान धर्म और विस्तार का प्रतिनिधि करता है। जब ये तीनों एक साथ आते हैं तो इसे मानव जीवन से परिवर्तन या नए अवसर या सामूहिक ऊर्जा का संकेत माना जाता है। यही कारण है कि आज भी ग्रहों की जो परेड है वो सांस्कृतिक विमर्श से प्रासंगिक बनी हुई है। कथा कला और संस्कृति मूल्य ऐसे आकाशीय संगम केवल गणितीय घटनाएं नहीं बल्कि कथा कौशल के स्रोत हैं। एंड अगर हम जो स्टोरीज हैं, जो कहानियां हैं, उनके बारे में सोचें या देवताओं के मिलन का जो कहानियां होती हैं उनके बारे में सोचें या युद्ध हो या आशीर्वाद हो, ये सारी कहानियों में हमें यही संकेत मिलता है कि ये जो पूरा संगम हो रहा है तीन ग्रहों का जो हुआ था 12 जून के आसपास, वो कितना ही महत्वपूर्ण है, जो हमारे जीवन से जुड़ा हुआ है। कला, चित्रकार, मूर्ति कला, ये ग्रहों का संगम माना जाता है। कविताएं आकाशीय घटनाओं को प्रेम या आशा या नियति के रूप में प्रस्तुत करती रही हैं और आज भी करती हैं। आज भी जब लोग ग्रहों की परेड देखते हैं तो उन्हें ये प्रेरणा मिलती है, वो प्रेरित होते हैं कि नई कविताएं लिखने के लिए, चित्र बनाने के लिए, विज्ञान की को एक्चुअली संस्कृति से जोड़ने के लिए। आधुनिक विज्ञान से निरंतरता हम समझते हैं, क्योंकि जो ग्रह है वो एक स्पेस है जहां पर कई सारी जो इनोवेशंस, कई सारी खोजें की जा रही हैं। हम आज जानते हैं कि ग्रहों का संगम केवल उनकी कक्षाओं का परिणाम है, परंतु ये तथ्य प्राचीन परंपराओं को नकारता नहीं, बल्कि उन्हें और गहराई से देखता है, उसको गहराई से स्टडी करने के लिए हम सभी को प्रेरित करता है। खगोल विज्ञान हमें बताता है कि ग्रहों की गति गणित के नियमों से संचालित होती है। ये तो सभी बात जानते हैं। और लेकिन अगर हम संस्कृति की बात करें तो संस्कृति हमें याद दिलाती है कि इन नियमों को समझने के लिए मानव ने मिथक या ज्योतिष का सहारा लिया, पहले भी लिया और कभी कभी का हम आज भी लेते हैं। प्राचीन आकाश दर्शन से लेकर आधुनिक दूरबीनों तक यह यात्रा हमें दिखाती है या हमें सिखाती है कि विज्ञान और संस्कृति की एक का ही ये आकाश है, लेकिन उसके दो पहलू हैं जिसको हम अलग अलग तरीके से देखते हैं और उसको अलग अलग तरीके से समझते हैं। आज के समय में जब तकनीक में हमें दूरदर्शिता मिल चुकी है, आकाश गंगाओं की तस्वीरें हमें दिखाई देती हैं और अंतरिक्ष यान और मंगल के ऊपर खोज हो रही है, मंगल की तरफ हमारी यात्रा हमारी बढ़ने को है अभी आजकल, तब भी ऐसे सरल दृश्य, तीन ग्रहों का एक साथ चमकना हमें उतना ही रोमांचित करता है और हमें अपनी जड़ें से की ओर ले जाता है, हमें अपनी हिस्ट्री की तरफ ले जाता है। और उस समय जब हम हिस्ट्री की बात करते हैं तो कई सारी जो खोजें जो हमारे प्राचीन ऋषियों ने और खगोल विद जो लोग हैं उन्होंने की हैं, उनकी तरफ भी हमारा ध्यान आकर्षित कराता है। जब प्राचीन ऋषि और खगोलविद जो आकाश को देख कर समय और ऋतु का निर्धारण करते थे, ये भी बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है इस पूरे डिस्कशन का। ग्रहों की परेड केवल एक खगोलीय घटना नहीं, ये तो आपको मानना पड़ेगा, बल्कि एक सांस्कृतिक उत्सव है और हमें जो विज्ञान और अध्यात्म, गणित और कविता सबको एक सूत्र में बांधने का ये अवसर भी है। ग्रहों की परेड का चर्चा करना केवल वैज्ञानिक दृष्टि से नहीं बल्कि सांस्कृतिक और मानवीय दृष्टि से भी काफी आवश्यक है।
ये हमें बताता है कि आकाश केवल तारों और ग्रहों का समूह नहीं, बल्कि मानवता की साझा कथा है, और जो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग है। और जहाँ विज्ञान और आध्यात्म, गणित और कविता जब एक साथ मिलते हैं तो डेफिनेटली एक यूनिक संगम को हम देखते हैं। तो हम अपने डिस्कशन के अंतिम पड़ाव पे पहुंच चुके हैं। कृपया हमारे चैनल को लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलिए। इस विषय पर अगर आपका कोई कमेंट है तो जरूर साझा कीजिए। हम आपसे फिर दोबारा मिलेंगे बहुत ही जल्द। अपना ख्याल रखिए। नमस्कार।
Sun is not silent. It speaks in the burst of invisible thunder. For centuries, we have seen its flare and storm, but Parker Solar Probe has now tuned our ears to a deeper frequency. Hidden within the blazing corona, magnetic switchbacks snaps like a cosmic whisper, unleashing radio waves that ripple across the solar system. And these bursts are more than a whisper of plasma. They are sun's coded signals carrying secrets of its magnetic heart and warning of storm yet to come. In this revelation, Parker has transformed our star from blazing sphere into a storyteller. Its switchbacks composing a hidden symphony of light and sound. Let's find out more about this. The sun, our nearest star, has always been a restless giant. Its surface boiling with plasma, its atmosphere alive with storms. For centuries, astronauts have watched solar flares and coronal mass ejection ripple outward, sometimes striking Earth with a magnetic tempest. Yet beneath its familiar drama lies subtle mysteries, whisper of radio waves, flickers of magnet turbulence, and that only the most daring spacecraft can unveil. The Parker Solar Probe, humanity's closest emissary to the sun, has now peeled back another layer of its enigma, revealing hidden magnetic switchbacks that gives rise to solar radio bursts. So, radio bursts are sudden and outpouring of electromagnetic energies and streaming across space like invisible thunderclap. They are often triggered when the charged particle accelerate along the magnetic field lines, releasing energy in the form of radio waves. For decades, scientists knew these bursts existed, but their precise origin remained elusive. Were they born in the corona tangled loop? Did they emerge from the shock wave racing through the solar wind? But now, Parker Solar Probe diving deep and close to the sun's surface has provided the most intimate clues yet. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine reach of our channel. So going forward, as the probe skimmed through the solar atmosphere, its instruments detected abrupt revelation, abrupt uprising in the magnetic field. Switchbacks like a king in the garden hose. These switchbacks are not gentle bend, but actually sharp zigzags, flipping the direction of the magnetic field from a brief moment before snapping back. Each switchback carries plasma along with it, accelerating particles and steering the turbulence. The new data suggests that these magnetic switchbacks are fertile ground for radio burst, miniature accelerator that hurl electrons into a spiral, producing the radio signal that astronomers detect across the solar system. So these insight reshapes our understanding and space weather. Now, going forward, the discovery is definitely profound. Its link with the two previously disconnected phenomena. On one hand, switchbacks were known as the oddities in the solar wind, puzzling features that hint at the chaotic dynamics near the sun. And on the other hand, radio bursts were catalogued as a distinct emissions useful for diagnosing the solar storm, but poorly understood in origin. The Parker finding weave them together, and the switchbacks are now not mere curiosities but engine of radio emission, shaping the very soundtrack of sun's activity. So radio bursts are not just academic curiosity, as we have already mentioned. They are interface or with the communication, navigation system, even the spacecraft operations. By tracing them back to the magnetic switchbacks, scientists gain predictive power. If switchbacks can be mapped and modeled, then the radio burst and the storm they create can be anticipated with a greater accuracy. So in essence, Parker has given us a new diagnostic tool, a way to listen to the sun's magnetic heartbeat and foresee its disruptive pulse. The implication extend beyond Earth. Radio bursts ripple through the heliosphere and the vast bubble of solar influence that envelops the planet. They may play a role for accelerating cosmic rays, shaping a planetary magneto atmosphere, and even the influencing the chemistry of atmosphere. So for Mars, with its magnetic shield, such burst could be particularly consequential and steering its upper atmosphere and affecting its future. Human explorer, and that is a good info data for the human explorer and the astronauts. For distinct spacecraft, understanding radio burst is vital for shielding electronics and maintaining communication link. And this is also a poetic dimension to its discovery. The sun, often imagined as a blazing sphere of light, now reveals itself as a symphony of invisible signals. Its magnetic field twists and snaps like violin strings, producing radio notes that echo across the space. So Parker's solar probe, actually braving the furnace of Corona, has become our ear pressing against the star, catching whispers that were once lost in the cosmic din. Each switchback is a stanza, each burst is a refrain, and composing a hidden music of the sun. So looking ahead, scientists will combine Parker's data with observation from other missions such as Solar Orbiter to build a full picture. Together, these spacecraft will actually triangulate the origin of burst and map the geometry of the switchbacks and refine model of solar wind. So the ultimate goal is not to understand the sun, but to live safely within its influence. As humanity ventures deeper into space, towards the moon, Mars, and beyond, predicting solar radio burst will be essential as a forecasting storms on the earth. So in a grand narrative of exploration, Parker's discovery is reminder that even the familiar star hold secrets. The sun, which has actually shining upon the earth for billions of years, is still teaching us how its magnetic heart beats. And hidden switchbacks, once invisible, now stands revealed as architect of radio storm. And with each revelation, we drew closer to mastering the cosmic weather that shapes our destiny among the stars. So, in the end, Parker's solar probe has shown us that the sun is not just a blazing sphere of light, but a restless storyteller weaving its tale through the magnetic switchbacks and radio burst. Each hidden kink in this field is a spark of revelation. Each burst a message carried across the solar system. By decoding these signals, we are not only learning to predict the storm that shapes our cosmic environment, but also hearing for the first time the sun's secret voice. The discovery reminds us that even the most familiar star still holds mysteries of waiting to be unveiled, and with every orbit, the Parker brings us closer to understanding the rhythm of our star's eternal symphony. So, for today, we have come to the end. Magnetic strings and cosmic echoes. That's what is very amazing and very kind of good to really know more about it. So thanks for watching. Please please like and subscribe our channel. See you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram. Are you a CEO or a business leader constantly feeling the pressure of the quarterly results and market volatility? In this video, we explore the art of detached leadership, a transformative management philosophy derived from Bhagavad Gita. While the modern business culture glorifies the hustle and the outcome based obsession, the ancient wisdom of Gita offers a radical alternative, which is Nishkam Karma, the practice of performing your duty without being enslaved by the fruit of your action. Let us explore this thought further. We live in a culture that worships the outcome. As leaders, we are conditioned to believe that our value is tied directly to the quarterly report, the stock prices, or the successful exit. We are taught to be obsessed with the fruit of our labor. And this is true, but I want to ask you a question. What happens to your leadership and your mental clarity when you become so attached to the outcome that you lose sight of the strategy? Today we are exploring a principle that is over 5000 years old, and yet it is arguably the most necessary leadership hack for the 21st century. We are looking at Bhagavad Gita chapter 2 verse 51. And this verse isn't about being disengaged, it's about becoming liberated. It is the act of detached leadership. Friends, if you have reached so far, please let me know name of your city or country from where you are watching this video. Now let's proceed further. Let's break down this actually means in business context. The verse tells us that the wise, those with yogic wisdom, decline the fruit of their actions. In the boardroom, the fruit is the ego driven need for the win, the fear of loss, or the frantic search for validation through results. When you are fixated on the fruit, your decision making becomes reactive. You start playing to avoid losing rather than playing to build excellence. Detachment is this context in this context is not about not caring. It's about disentangling your identity from the outcome. When you can perform your duty, your dharma, with excellence, while accepting the final result is subject to market forces beyond your absolute control, you reach a state of equanimity. This is where the high level strategy lives. So, friends, how do we actually apply this? I call this the detached leadership framework, and it consists of three pillars. Pillar number one is radical presence. Most CEOs are living in future, in next quarter's projection. Verse 51 teaches us to focus entirely on the action being performed right now. If you are in a negotiation, be 100% in the negotiations. When you detach from the future outcome, your current execution becomes flawless. Pillar number two, the end of ego driven KPIs. When you are a leader, you can make mistake. Do you see it as a failure of your character or the piece of some data? Detached leader sees it as a data. By renouncing the emotional detachment to the result, you gain the ability to pivot faster than your competitor because you aren't held back by the fear of looking into what just happened, like you're looking like a failure. Pillar number three, sustaining the long term game. The cycle of suffering mentioned in the verse is the burnout cycle. You chase the goal, you win, you feel a brief high, then you feel the anxiety of the next goal. Detached leaders break the cycle by finding satisfaction in the pursuit of excellence itself, not just the trophy. Now, there is a dangerous misconception I have to address. People think detachment sounds like caring less. If I stop caring about the outcome, won't I lose my edge? The answer is, in fact, the opposite. When you are addicted to the outcome, you are operating from a place of fear. Fear leads to the short term thinking, cutting corners, and micromanagement. When you are detached, you operate from a place of freedom. You are free to make the bold, ethical, and necessary decisions that a fearful CEO would avoid. You aren't caring less, you are caring more about the integrity of your work than the temporary opinion of the market. So, next time you walk into a meeting where the stakes feel sky high, I want you to remember chapter 2, verse 51. Do your duty, execute with everything you got, but hold the outcome lightly. True power isn't about controlling the world. True power is ability to lead, create, and build while remaining unshaken by whatever the result may be. That is the art of detached leadership, and that is how you find peace in the center of the storm. If this resonated with you, I would love to hear your thoughts in the comment section below. How do you separate your identity from your results? Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the timeless leadership. So, thanks for watching, friends. Thanks for joining me live. See you in the next one.